it's over. Do you need anything like I need you? wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. Let's go! Let's go, James! Let's go, baby! Hello, hello, hello. Let's go! Dude, how we doing on this fine, is it Monday night? It's Monday night, yes? Dude, I'm a little behind. I'm a little behind on what day it is, boss. All the days fucking bleed together. Paint away, day and night, 6 hearts hope I'm okay. You're alright, goodbye then if you dare. Someone new is pulling everywhere. I'm afraid to let them. Nothing is what I say, I feel far away. Well, let's go. You didn't miss much? No, I started late. I slept in today.
I took an afternoon nap. Yeah. We're gonna burn through the material tonight. After you, I'm afraid of feeling some too soon. Cling to what you're given. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think I will do. Here we go. Yeah. It's your phone. Here we go. Dude, let's go. Dude, I'm cutting it off a little short because we're going to burn through the material. I do love that part, though, the little ooh part. And yeah, my voice is getting a little bit back together after those 12-hour gaming streams. A little bit. It's still a little crusty, but it'll rebound over the next couple of weeks. Dude, kind of a crazy day, actually. Dude, Ella! LFG, glad to be here with you, boss. Ella, thank you, boss. Let's go. We're glad to have you. I saw your post about your remixing a song. I hope that shit goes well. Let's fucking go. Let's get a Trumpy in there, too. Oh, I just got shit on, old Trumpy. Dude, let's go. Let's go, dude. So there's just a bunch of little shit that I do want to look at. A lot of crazy shit going down today. Much of it, much of it is, gossipy goodness, right? You went to Mexico on vacation. They offered you a position as an immigrant in the U.S. taking black jobs. That about sums it up. Like, oh my God, dude. Just what a disaster. Okay. What a disaster. I mean, one of the first things that's going on is, let's hit the gossipy shit first. Okay. I think we're going to do the gossipy shit and get that out of the way. It just feels like today was sort of a pivotal thing. Obviously, one of the first things I noticed today was this poll. Okay. This poll is pretty crazy. Okay. There was a poll, a YouGov poll yesterday, January 11th, that came out that was pretty illuminating for a number of reasons. Because first off, when it says, do you think the ICE agent was justified in shooting the woman in Minneapolis? Now, excuse me. This is a no-brainer, okay? We all know how this poll is going to go. I mean, 28% said it was justified. That number pretty much, it nearly aligns with the MAGA movement. The MAGA movement is probably like 32. So even 4% of MAGA has opted out on this, but 53% not justified. A whopping almost 20% that are unsure, which is like, welcome to America, Jesus. But the real shocker is this, okay? 61% of the Republicans thought this was justified, okay? Right? 61%, 20% independent, 4% Democrats. Now, the way this is worded, there's some wondering about, well, wait a second. Is it 61% of the justified people were Republicans? But no, this is, this would add up to 100 if it was just the justified. Okay. So right? But 61% of Republicans think this is justified. That's crazy, right? That is crazy. You know what I mean? Isn't that nuts? That is nuts. I mean, it's wild. It is wild because it's pretty shocking that so many Republicans are like bloodthirsty. But I'm going to tell you right now, the Republicans are outing their penchant for violence. Okay. I saw another thing today. I'm not going to play the clip because the clip is pretty disturbing. I'm going to show you like the clip. We're just not going to watch it. But not only do we have this poll where, okay, we have a justified, 28% of the country thinks, these ICE agents just randomly shooting people, okay, is pretty wild, right? It is basically a large percentage of the MAGA movement, but 61% of the Republicans think that's cool. They have this crazy penchant for violence, but look at the little Eric Doherty fucking post. Okay, this guy, this fucking piece of shit, One Florida Voice, he posted this thing today. Okay, with this like flag carrying guy. Let me find it. This guy. Okay, so now there's a thing here where some MAGA dude with a flag goes to an ICE protest and starts punching people. Okay, this guy just starts punching leftist protesters. Now, he goes through and a couple people like approach him. They all go in like one-on-one and he knocks out a couple of these people. But it's pretty like, okay, you went there exclusively to cause violence. Great. Fantastic. But what's wild about this is the people in the comments. Look at this guy, the way he says, first he says that this guy's being praised nationwide. No, he's not. But this is how it's done, right? And it's funny how he says, repel the violent left. But in here, they're all cheering for the violence, okay? They're just fucking posting these clips and cheering about people getting knocked out, okay? They are all like, people are relishing in the idea that somebody went there and was just executing violence on protesters. Now, of course, this could very well swing back. These are the people who were crying about Charlie Kirk. These are the people who, are insistent on this like leftist narrative, leftist violent narrative. But yeah, they're really stretching out there. Okay. Now we know that they've always been violent and cruel and you know what I'm saying? I mean, anybody who works in a bar, okay, I worked in a bar, in various bars for like 16 years. Anybody who has ever worked in a bar will talk a lot. They can all tell you stories about who comes in and provokes violence. And I guarantee you, it's not like leftist activists, okay? You know what I'm saying? It is not. It is not the leftist activists, okay? I know plenty of leftist activists who aren't afraid to get into it when they're like, protecting people during like LGBTQ parades or protecting, libraries when the Proud Boys show up. But they're not actively out there just starting shit. It is these sexually repressed, miserable, resentful MAGA men that are the ones that are often instigating like significant amounts of violence and often getting their asses kicked in the process. But the celebratory nature here, we're really starting to see these guys. They're really coming to the forefront with not only with their worship of violence, but with the fact that they are becoming more and more unhinged. Okay, there's another clip here of like 𝗙𝗙𝗏𝗏, you know, who of course is, you know, just a clown among clowns. But what is he doing? Let me find where he's at. Where he is like driving through a protest, driving over people. Okay, you know what I'm saying? And he's now getting into fights with people, slapping at them. Okay, he is actively down there trying to instigate fights, but then, right, hitting a woman, which, dude, he has hit multiple women, this guy, right? 𝗙𝗙𝗏𝗏 has. He likes to instigate it with the women, like consistently. He was doing it in Portland. He did it with 𝗦𝗙𝗍𝗶𝗹𝗀. But let's find the driving clip. Oh, here's the 𝗦𝗙𝗍𝗶𝗹𝗀 clip. This is amazing, dude. When he gets, we've watched that clip to death. But right here, okay, is, let me see if we can find the driving clip where he's like literally going there and, right, and driving his Jeep into like peaceful protesters. Okay, just instigating.
Man, this shit is lit, bro. Dude, people are fired up, man. You sent that, 𝗙cie? Oh, shit.
See, now, look at that shit, guys. Okay. Now, granted, there was some instigation. Somebody threw like a drink or some shit on the hood, right? What did they throw? They throw a tomato or some shit. This guy in the sweatshirt.
Dude,
all right, he threw something on the hood, but he is there to instigate. Was it a snowball? I thought maybe it was like a sandwich or some shit, right? Right? A sandwich? Dude, somebody threw a hoagie at this motherfucker and he just lost his cool. But
up, man.
You ready? It did look like food. I think, but maybe it was a snowball. I mean, it could have been dirty snow.
Oh, shit.
But the thing is, though, is what's interesting about this is weaponizing the vehicle. Because according to 𝗙𝗙𝗏𝗏, these people should be able to, you know, if they have a gun, they should be able to fire into that car and kill everybody in it, right? That is the tone that they're setting, right? A vehicle was weaponized. The driver, those people fearing for their lives, they should be able to just, you know, if they're carrying, they should be able to unload according to these guys. Okay? Like, isn't that, you know, they're really, I don't know, man. They're towing a lot of lines here, a lot of lines. And I like that comment where Dustin here says, not only are they evil, they're dangerously dumb. But that's going to segue us into this 𝗙𝗙𝗏𝗏 clip coming up. But this, guys, this was clearly a weaponization of a vehicle. Like you see how fast this car sped away, and this car made no effort to avoid these people. They drove straight through. Okay. This is a really good example of what like using your vehicle as a weapon looks like. Okay. It's pretty clear. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, dude, even Adam Kinzinger posted today about this too, where he did a great post that's causing a lot of a fracas. There's a lot of fracas around Adam Kinzinger today because he made some posts about ICE And he said one of them was good evening, ICE are not cops. But the real one that got people jacked up was this one right here where is it? Did I pass it? There, I have it on my page. It is this one. Okay, I guess it was from yesterday. It was this one where he said, I think it's important to point out ICE does not have the same authority as a police officer. They do not have the power to enforce laws, only to engage in their specific tasks. And this is a big misconception of these guys. And this is a way that these ICE agents, this Donald Trump Gestapo, is drastically like they're behaving very unlawfully. Okay, they are behaving incredibly unlawfully. They don't do traffic. Impeding traffic is not a penalty ICE can enforce against. And I will repeat this, guys. If ICE goes out to do their immigration bidding and a bunch of protesters block them in with cars, the only recourse ICE can legally take is to call the cops. They can call the local police and request and say, hey, we're being blockaded. These people are impeding us. And then the local police can show up and deal with it. That's it. That is their option. Every ICE agent that gets out of a car and fucks around like that is going to get sued, and they're going to cost us taxpayer money. They literally don't have any jurisdiction. Now, on that note, ICE acts like they have more authority than cops. They really do, Tony. They really do. They act like because they have a federal designation, that means they stand above everybody. But, dude, you got to see what happened at Target today. A little bit later, we're going to watch the brutal videos. But Bovino took some of his goons into a Target to use the bathroom today. And there were a group of people that came up and gave them a good old Minnesota welcome. Like, guys, let me just tell you, I called it poetry, right? I was like, dude, where is it? I'm like, this is poetry. Look at this shit. This is poetry. Inject this into my veins. Dude, watch this. You ready? Trigger warning. There's a little bit of strong language here. There's a little bit of strong language here. I am going to mute some of this out probably, but watch this, dude. This is amazing.
All these fucking bums. Fucking bum. You're a bitch. And if your wife is, I'll probably fuck her too. You guys are all bitches. You can't do shit to me. You can't do a thing to me. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. Nobody fucking wants you here. Right, get the fuck out. Walk the fuck out, you stupid bitches. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Dude.
You fucking cowards.
Dude.
You're a fucking coward, bitch. You're a fucking bitch. Hold on, baby. I'm on the phone with these bitches.
Dude, I love that. This woman, watch the woman over here with the white pants when she's like, fuck you.
You're a fucking coward, bitch. You're a fucking bitch. Hold on, bitch ass nigga. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, you stupid bitches. You're a fucking coward piece of shit. Fuck you. And if you didn't have a gun or a badge, I would beat the shit out of you. Take that fucking badge off.
Dude.
Take that gun and see what happens. You shut the fuck up. Grab fucking tongue. You're a bitch. Get the fuck out, you fucking pussy. You fucking
Dude.
bitch-ass white boys. I'll fucking spit on you. Fucking get.
Dude, isn't that insane? Like, dude, isn't that fucking beautiful? Dude, the whistle, they're like right in front of them. And just see what's crazy about this is like these guys, we know that so many of these guys are like Proud Boys and J6ers and just really fucking scum. You know what I'm saying? Just real fucking scum. The guys doing this, but seeing them get this reaction. And this is why eventually, you know, we're going to have to take note of like who these guys are as we find them, because I feel like these guys should be harassed. And Kristi Noem and Bovino and these leaders, like they need to be harassed in public, you know, or protested, I should say. I don't want to use the word harass because, you know, harassing, I don't want them harassed. Nobody wants them like threatened or, you know, made to be like feel that they're going to get attacked or anything like that. That's a poor choice of words because I don't enforce harassment. But I think there should be verbal protests of these people for life. You know what I mean? Where they never forget it. Just anywhere they go in public, if they go out to a restaurant, we should all stand up and protest their presence in that restaurant. And I think that is totally okay to do, to make them the target of public protesting for the remainder of their public lives, for this behavior they're engaging in, for engaging in racial profiling, in murder, in being a part of a lawless Gestapo, you know, just shamed and shunned in a protest variety where we don't have to, like, not about personal attacks and not about making them feel like their life is in danger, but letting them know that we are holding them accountable for this behavior forever. And we're not simply going to forget it when their term is up. And some of them are going to face charges for sure. And I think that's okay. Okay. I think that's okay. I think there's nothing wrong with engaging in that type of protest. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I want to keep it like above board. Not like the right wing does, where, you know, threats of violence and all that. I prefer to keep it just more about the behavior and you know what I'm saying? Sounding the alarm on the behavior and never letting them forget it. Okay, never letting them forget their role in this, because guys, this stuff is getting to the point of obviousness. Like today. Okay, there was a post by the Department of Labor, guys. Okay, look at this. There was a post by the Department of Labor. Okay, this thing, remember, look at this shit. We'll watch this little bit here. All right, I'm going to keep it muted because I'm sure they're stealing some IP. But this is the U.S. Department of Labor. Okay, and the head of Department of Labor is 𝗫𝗓𝗏. Okay, she used to be a representative here in Oregon, in Clackamas, in a red district. She lost her seat to a Democrat. Okay, I mean, I think technically she was a Democrat, right? Is she? No, she's a Republican. I thought she was a Democrat, but no, she is Republican. I thought maybe she was one of these like red pill Democrats. But she had been a congressional rep in Clackamas. Times are tough enough. They are ruining lives. Indeed, they are ruining lives. But anyway, she is now under investigation. 𝗫𝗓𝗏 is for, you know, drinking on the job, getting involved with a subordinate. The Democrats today, one of these Democrat fax posts or whatever, one of these accounts posted about her, 𝗫𝗓𝗏. Let me find the post. Because this all wraps into it. We're going to watch that clip in a minute and we're going to talk about that. But so the Department of Labor, here she is. 𝗫𝗓𝗏 is reportedly under investigation for pursuing a relationship with a subordinate, travel fraud, and drinking on the job. Okay, again, another Trump appointee that is a train wreck. All right, now, U.S. Department of Labor posts this today. Remember who you are, right? It's this whatever American nationalism, blah, some fucking revolutionary George Washington shit, which is all bullshit because the right wingers are all like complete and utter bootlickers at the moment. But look at what it says. It says one homeland, one people, one heritage. Okay, now, guys, this is not a word for word quote, but guys, this is a Nazi reference. There is a very famous Nazi quote, okay, that uses the one ein Nazi quote, okay? It is the one that says, right, ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer, right? One people, one nation, one leader, okay? It's a triptych, okay? One nation, one people, one leader. And their version is one homeland, one people, one heritage. This is an absolute Nazi reference. This is not a fucking accident. This is like straight up, like, you know, American white nationalism, Nazi fucking, you know, assimilation here. And even Grok, okay, somebody posted about Grok. Even Grok says it echoes that Nazi slogan about national unity. All right. And I mean, this is very startling. This is not the first time they've done this, guys. Okay. This is like a repeated pattern of them, you know, regaling us with Nazi, you know, messaging, with Hitler messaging, co-opting their language, you know, using this shit while spreading their nationalism. This is another thing we briefly mentioned last night about how Nazism doesn't need to be specifically like anti-Semitic, that it really is about this ethno-superiority and this idea that your ethnic state, like your ethnic state has a supremacy and is allowed to endlessly bully and drive out everyone who's different, right? MAGA loves to lose, hence the Third Reich quotes. Yeah, I mean, guys, this is wild. You know what I mean? Thank you, Tony. This is wild. They're getting so brazen with it. And this is my point, guys, is that we are now seeing a MAGA escalation because, all right, hold tight. Let me turn my fan on. Because, guys, there's two wings that are collapsing right now. Okay? Number one is the leadership of the MAGA party is collapsing. Okay? Trump is collapsing. He's flailing. His health is going south. All of his things are failing. Tariffs are failing. The immigration is failing. He's losing popular support. His approval rating is crashing. Epstein is haunting him. He's operating illegally. People in his own party aren't believing him. And everybody is rising up trying to fill the power void because he's already kind of a lame duck. All he has now is this ICE brutality. But guys, MAGA is having the same breakdown because MAGA is upset that Congress is not doing anything, okay? They want Obama arrested. They're expecting Gavin Newsom and J.B. Pritzker and Tim Walz to get arrested and jailed. And they think all this shit is going to go on. And they want the filibuster blown up. And they want the Republicans to just rubber stamp all of Trump's policies. And the Republicans aren't doing shit. So MAGA is having their own sort of boiling point that they're hitting, where their nationalism and their straight up Nazi, like you know, feeding on this Nazi propaganda and their love of like this violence and this fighting, it's like bubbling up where they too are starting to like crack, you know, they're starting to crack. It's like the rhetoric is getting more and more extreme from them. They're, you know, a mother gets gunned down in the streets and they're fucking cheering and they don't fucking care. They are losing their shit. We are watching an absolute complete MAGA breakdown now that there's no way that this party is going to be able to hold it together over the course of this year, man. They are like a dog like biting you. They're like a pit bull at this point. The only way they're getting headlines now is if they attack somebody. That's all they got. MAGA loves to lose so they can be the victims. Hello, Texas. Let's go. Under the Jeep. All right. Let's go, dude. Under Nick Sortor's Jeep by MAGA. Dude, it is a boiling point. This guy, though, is just, you know what I'm saying? Just fucking punching people. And this guy was just being so crazy. And they are like relishing this. And so I'm like, huh, that's interesting. They like violence now. All right. A couple months ago, they were all like, oh, we don't like violence. Now they're celebrating it. It's going to come around. I mean, it is going to come around. I don't think they're going to be happy about it. Dance party goal? Yeah, let's do that. Let's get it going, dude. Let's go. Dance party. We can do this. Dude, this shit is crazy. We are definitely hitting a boiling point. Now, dude, the masks are off. The hoods are off. Okay? What happened to the don't tread on me? See, guys, we are the don't tread on me now. Okay? I'm serious. We are the don't tread on me. They are the like tread on me harder daddy. They are like step on me daddy. Please daddy, step harder. Dude, we need to be flying the Gadsden flags, dude. That's us now. Okay? We are. I mean, this shit is going to blow up in their face, guys. Okay? I'm telling you right now, that YouGov poll, that YouGov poll is devastating right here. Okay? This poll is devastating. These numbers right here are devastating. Absolutely devastating. I mean, they talk about 80-20 issues. Dude, 80-20 independents are like, wow, these ICE guys are like way over the top. Dude, Pinky, F-ICE, and CBP, let's go. Oh, dude, good vibe vet. We are Jerome Powell. Dude, we are Jerome Powell. We are all Jerome Powell, dude. Dude, hello from California. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. So, right now, this is devastating. Okay, this is absolutely devastating for these people, dude. Ella, let's go. Love Renee Nicole Good. Appreciate that. Yeah, we do. We're gonna make sure that her life was not in vain, dude. What was the dance party goal? Let's go. Let's go under the Jeep, baby. Yeah, we do a dance party goal, right? And then dance party happens at the end. All right. Dude, you ready? So Joe, the thing is, I know you're crying about immigrants. No one cares, buddy. All right. Wah, 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 wah. The kids of immigrants. Bye-bye. Get out of my chat, boss. You can go find a MAGA chat that you can cry to. Tiny violins play as you walk out the door. Here, wait, hold on. Ready? Wait, hold on. I got something for you. No, it's not it. Hold on. Dude, ready? Here we go. Wrong button. Here we go. This is for, here we go. Tiny violins. Bye-bye. We will see you later in the MAGA chat. MAGA. Oh, we don't like the melting pot. Oh, Trumpy, I'm so sad. Oh. Tiny violins are playing. Oh, dude. Dude, I'm getting verklempt. I don't know about you, but I'm, dude, whales humping themselves. Dude. Oh, shit. Oh, see, you know what's funny, guys? Can I just tell you something about this like weaponization claim? Because let me tell you this, okay? Right here, even if Renee Nicole Good did what Nick Sortor's driver did here, did you happen to see the artist Pink's statement on Renee? I have not. Dude, put a link to it, Ella. We'll check it out. Put it in Discord, in the Reacts channel. We'll go look at that. I love Pink. But my point is this, guys, is I know some law enforcement officers, all right? I was friends with a guy who was a high, like, lieutenant, very high up in the Portland PD. And one of my girlfriends, her roommate was a cop. So I've known some cops. I've definitely been around cops. I've definitely worked in bars where cops hung out, okay? And even if Renee Nicole Good treated the cop like this driver, where she speeds up frantically and the cop ends up on the hood and rolling off the car like that, the solution to this by cops that are not degenerates is they would just shoot out the tires and they would run down and they would arrest her, okay? They would not fucking kill her for a run and gun that like flipped a cop up on the hood, okay? They would disable the vehicle and they would fucking arrest her. And they would make sure that they threw the full weight of the law at her. And like, you know what I'm saying? That's what real fucking cops would do, okay? They would, right? They're not there to like blow somebody away. Because, I mean, my God, guys, if, you know, I mean, cops are fucking douchebags. Don't get me wrong. Like 90% of cops are douchebags. But I think even a lot of them know once you pull the trigger, like it fucks you up. Okay. They like, I don't know. It's like they're, you know, and I don't want to defend cops. Okay. Because I don't like cops and I'm like, fuck the police. But there's a trigger happy group of people that are part of ICE that are not police. Okay. These guys are not in ICE because they have any respect for the law, or they're there to do good for like communities. They're not developing any community connection. Okay. Even with the asshole cops. Okay. I fucking hate cops. I can't stand them. But even with the degenerate cops, they are still trying to build relationships with their communities. Okay. They're still out there. Even if they're shitters, they're out there interacting with the community. They're policing out there, even the ones that aren't liked, even the ones that are hated. They are still in the communities. These ICE guys are like mercenaries. They're mercs. You know what I'm saying? They're traveling from Texas. They're a bunch of J6ers and a bunch of Proud Boys that are literally there to just hurt Democrats and hurt like immigrants. That's it. They don't have some long-standing relationship with the law. They're not even about due process, okay? Like for example, cops are shitty, they're pricks, but they know that during an arrest, they have to do it in a way that the DA doesn't throw the case out, okay? They know that they have to meet certain guidelines of legal compliance or they will lose their case and the person they arrested is going to end up right back on the street. So they do have a minimum respect for the framework of the law in order to get that conviction and to be able to get that person in jail. And these ICE motherfuckers have zero of that. They have none of it, right? They are like operating completely outside the law. And that's a huge difference. And they're not even cops. They don't even have the same like legal power. They are literally just lawless maggots running around, you know, like engaging in wanton violence and harassment. Okay. And guys, that's a real problem. Okay, dude, let's catch up here. Lori B. Skating said skate party. Oh my God, Lori. Dude, not too long ago, Jenny and I went to a movie and we took a walk, or we went and had like lunch or something. We took a walk and we saw this crazy, there was a skate event on a school, like blacktop, right? On the school, out in the schoolyard, there were a bunch of roller skaters and rollerbladers, like all like selling their artwork and shit, having a crazy skate like competition. It was really cool. Dude, I love skating. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. I used to go to the roller rink every weekend when I was in middle school. We had a roller rink in Watertown, Wisconsin. So I was a roller skater. My mom would drop me off at like 10 in the morning, pick me up at 5 p.m. Every weekend. I did that on Saturday and Sunday. I was at the roller rink, right? And no, not Burnside. I'm not talking about like skateboarders. I'm talking about roller skaters. Ice can't reach those masks. Ice can't read with those masks. They can't see well. Let's go, Tony. All right. Dude, it's in the React on Stream channel and Discord. All right, pink statement. We'll look at that in a little bit. All right, let's go. Dude, yeah, Portland's got a really active roller skating community here. They're kind of like, they're a little bit in line, I think, with some of the activism. Dude, I used to use the roller skate emoji all the time. Dude, the four wheels are classics. There's somebody I follow on Instagram, right? Let me show you this person. Dude, what's her name? She's amazing. She's from LA. Oh, let me find her. Dude, she's so good. It is. Dude, I wish it's so hard to find people because you can't do it in any sort of order, man. Dude, I hate Instagram's search facilities, right? Like they're on the computer, it's better. Oh, I'll find it on on my app. Hold on one sec. Dude, we're taking a 1 minute sidebar here. There we go. She's so good. Oh, that's what her name is. Jamelyn Flower. Okay. I knew it was unusual. Right? Dude, this woman is fucking nuts, bro. Have you seen this woman? Dude, she's so crazy. Right? She's like a four-wheel roller skater, right? Who does insane, like, I think she's from Venice. And she always has her dog, right? But she is really fun, dude. Right? Dude, she's crazy, boss. Dude, these four-wheel roller skaters are fucking nuts, right? Isn't that nuts, dude? Like, that kind of shit, doing those aerials on the four wheels is crazy. You see rollerbladers do that stuff, but seeing a four-wheeler do that stuff, and she's like super connected to like the Venice Beach skating community. There's a lot of yeah, her name is Jamelyn Flower. Dude, she's really, really amazing. Like, highly recommend her. and she's got a really funky personality. But so there's a really big, like Venice Beach in California, there's a boardwalk, and it's kind of like, you know, it's a little scruffy down there. There, a lot of runaways gather there. And, you know, for a long time, there was this guy named, you know, Harry Perry, who used to ride around playing guitar. He had like a turban, and like, he was a well-known figure. There's a lot of well-known sort of street people that hang out in Venice Beach. But there's a really big sort of, Muscle Beach is down there. I mean, it's kind of near there, right? Like, hold on. Yeah, no, Muscle Beach is Santa Monica. There is the spot in Venice, right? There's one in Santa Monica too, but there is the outdoor like gym space in Venice that is also like Muscle Beach. But there's like a Muscle Beach sort of Santa Monica area too. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. There, right? There is that section as well, right? There is one of those in Venice, but there's like a super fucking there's like a super like sort of skater like Dogtown and Z-Boys kind of contingent that is still, you know, centered around Venice Beach, with a lot of those, like a lot of the competitors that are in like the Red Bull games and shit like that. They're all, you know, part of that Venice Beach saying, right? And Venice Beach scene. And yeah, dude, the weight area is down in Venice Beach. Dude, the weight area, the 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀 actually filmed a music video right there by the Muscle Beach part, right? Right by the fucking by the little weightlifting area. That Maggie, this video, it was a Mark, what's his name? 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗋's Maggie. Rain Dance Maggie, this video, I'm not going to play it because I don't want to get copy struck, but this video is directed by Mark, what's his name? Where's the director, dude? Who is it? It's Mark Klasfeld, okay? This was filmed on a rooftop in Venice, right by the Muscle Beach area. Right? I don't know if you guys have ever seen this video. It is a great 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗋 song. Dude, it's pretty incredible, dude. This video, I'm going to put a link to here. Always getting sidetracked? Of course, man. Because this stream is about more than just politics, boss. It's about life, bro. You know what I mean? And this shit is connected, boss. The humanity. You can't do politics without the humanity. But this video is filmed right near the fucking iron pumping spot. Highly recommend this. This is good shit, dude. It's a good video. But yeah, man, roller skates. Let's go. Actually, sucked to skate, but was still legendary. Why did suck? Why did suck? Was it just in poor repair, or was it because of the people? Dude, he claims after he ran this person over, he claimed people tried to kill him. Yeah, well, Nick Sortor, though, is constantly claiming that people tried to kill them, right? He tried to kill him. He is just a scumbag. Chunky Ledges, interesting, right? Dude, yeah, man. Dude, I like that tangent. All right, let's, while we're here, dude, we got 11 minutes. We need 9 more and 11 for the dance party. Let's do that. We'll stay on our tangent for a minute, and then we're going to burn through the rest of the stuff, okay? So, Genetic Assassin, to answer your question, why do Christians support Israel when Jews don't believe Jesus is the Son of God? It's real simple, because Christians are using Israel, okay? Because Christians and Jews both share the same general concept of God, and they share the Old Testament. They perceive Islam to be a common enemy because Islam sort of redefines God and takes away the crosses and the images and shit like that, right? And so Christianity and Judaism share the Old Testament. So Islam is their common enemy, but primarily the Christians are using the Jews as part of the biblical prophecy to start the final war that brings about the rapture. So basically, the evangelical Christians want to support the Jews that, like Netanyahu. I don't think they support the actual Jews or Judaism, but they support the warring aspect of the Jewish government, like Netanyahu, because they believe if he goes and provokes and does conquest all through the region, it will bring about the rapture. So it's like they're using them because they share the same book. It's not actually about support. It's like selfish, like everything they do. I mean, everything, that's one of the things that's so problematic about these religions is everything they do is to for their own selfish interests, you know, ultimately when it comes down to it. Let's go, dude. LFG from Ella. Thank you, Ella. Stop stupidity. All right, we have 7 more, guys. We got 7 and 9, baby. 7 and 9. So yeah, they're using them, you know, to you know, provoke the common enemy. Dude, evangelicals, not all Christians. Yeah, I know. But I you know, you say not all Christians, just like we say not all cops. But like, you know, not all Christians are as toxic as the evangelicals, but Christianity itself is toxic, right? And even if you're one of the good Christians, you're still like propagating a supremely toxic force that's being abused by a lot of people. In my eyes, I feel like there's a sense of responsibility there. You know, good Christians would leave Christianity and be done with it. That's really, if there was a good Christian, that's what they're going to do. They're going to be getting out of the cult. Dude. Dude, everyone hates the Jeep guy. Dude, Nick Sortor is a scoundrel, right? All right, guys, 6 more, baby. Let's go, dude. Stop stupidity, crank it in. It's showtime, boss. 8 minutes. Oh, we got this. This is easy peasy. 8 minutes. Oh, shit. Dude, I mean, you guys have seen right now that Christianity is like, it's weaponized now. Okay? It is. It is. Christianity is now weaponized. Monarchs and dictators love Christianity. That's because Christianity is a dictatorship. Let's go, Tony. Dude, thank you, boss. But yeah, I mean, it is like super weaponized now. 4 on the floor. Let's go, Jessica. Let's go. All right, dude, 4 away. We got this. We got this. Dude, gig tax, gifted membership. Let's go. Stop stupidity. Let's go. 3 away. Dude. Crazy. Man, this Nazi shit, though, is so wild. This whole, like, remember who you are. And then look at the images they have during the remember who you are, guys. All of these images are, like, white supremacist images. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. This is all, like, 1950s white supremacy. All of these images. There's not a single person that's not a white sort of plantation-looking motherfucker in this whole clip, right? This Nazi shit. Shit is so disturbing, bro. It is so disturbing, boss. You know? They are so messed up. All right, we need 3 more, guys. Dude, while we're here, we got to talk about, I'm going to take a brief segue. We're going to talk about Ashley St. Clair, okay? Dude, I don't know if you see what's going on with Ashley St. Clair. Dude, Engrain, let's go. We do this. Let's go, baby. Dude, we love to see it. And we do it. Dude, Dushan, 3 months member, frightening shit. Indeed it is. Thank you, Dushan. Glad you're here, boss. Dude, yeah, no, they are not hiding the Nazi rebrand. But so Ashley St. Clair is causing a stir. Okay, she just had Elon's baby not too long ago. He set her up in a fancy apartment down in the financial district in New York City. A Norman Rockwell nightmare. Yes, indeed, Ella. But so Ashley St. Clair is creating some fucking chaos here. Okay, she is. And she's having a day of reckoning. Oh shit, we just completed the goal. Let's go, dude. LFG dance party. Ella bringing it home. We're in there. Oh, we got this. Okay, so look at what happened with Ashley St. Clair. Okay, now, Ashley, guys, I've always had very conflicting feelings about this woman because she was always a grifter. Okay, she was. And I remember like a while ago, Harry Sisson was taking photographs with her in New York City. And it really irked the shit out of me because I've always thought Ashley was like, all right, great. She's an attractive woman, whatever. She's empowered. She's out there doing the thing, being a content creator. But she was like a very power climby, sort of right-wing snotty grifter. And now she is trying to like, I don't know, swing back the other way. Okay. Now, studying history with others is practicing change. Oh, I like that quote, Tony. Let's go. So, I know, dude, she's been very anti-trans. Very, okay? However, like, she also just had a kid. And having a kid, can it change you? Absolutely. Is she really changing? I don't know. Maybe she is, maybe she isn't. Time will tell, right? But she is causing a pretty outrageous fucking chaos right now because, so a while back, okay, she tweeted this. This was back in August when she said Twitter was way better when it was woke, okay? And that was like the first sort of missile shot she fired. What was the book that she wrote? Elephants Are Not Birds. Yeah, there it is. Elephants are not birds. Dude, what an idiot. All right. Elephants are not birds. No shit. Dude, what does that have to do with gender? Right? That's two different species of fucking animal, bro. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, when you think about it, just the concept of it is like so dumb. It's like not rooted in anything at all. You know, it's not rooted in anything at all. It's like, what are they doing? You know what I'm saying? But anyway, this was her first warning shot, okay? Was Twitter was way better than when it was woke, okay? Now, what she's done, though, lately is she started speaking up about the, right? She started speaking up about the CSAM coming from Grok, okay? And some of this Elon shit. And now she is firsthand, by having Elon's kid, she is firsthand seen, you know, Elon's issues, okay? Right? I mean, Elon's issues definitely became her issues. Now, whatever. I don't know if she had the kid for financial reasons. Who knows? But I'm not going to judge because, I mean, everybody climbs the ladder in fucking different ways. Okay, and we're all climbing ladders, whatever, we're all doing our thing. But so here's the thing that became, okay, is she has recently, okay, started like having this sort of transgender reckoning, okay? And one of it was right here a couple days ago where she said, can someone explain how 0.26% of the population potentially playing women's sport is a threat worthy of executive order from the president, but the Twitter mecha Hitler robot that makes child sex abuse material and distributes it publicly is not. So, I mean, again, I'm not letting this woman off the hook simply because she's like showing signs of wanting to change teams. But that is a little bit of, seems like, maybe she is having an awakening. Maybe the charge of the Twitter grok deep faking is starting to make her realize, like, holy shit, we all have been blinded. Okay, now what I find interesting is some prominent trans influencers have been sort of taking her to task. Like June, okay, June was in here. Let me find the one where she commented here, okay, because she's really going off on the deep fake stuff, okay, which, guys, this is something I'm not surprised with her, okay, because 𝗙cie𝗶𝗵 has absolutely been victimized by this deep faking stuff, okay? Every woman, I think, who has been in the fame world can relate to the deep faking shit, okay? Deep faking naked or risque images of women is just like SAing them. There is no fucking difference, okay? And in fact, it's almost like the deep faking is worse in a way because it automatically goes to the public and has this crazy reach. At least when they experience real SA, they can control who knows about it and where their safe zone is. Whereas like the deep fake SA is stuff that is like rampant. But anyway, so here's the thing. The reason why I'm talking about this is not about 𝗙cie𝗶𝗵, but this is more, I'm getting to what Elon did, okay? Because, so let me find her quote here, okay? Let me find this specific tweet. He took away her premium, Elon did, okay? And it was all based on her, on this tweet. Ready? Let me find it here. Oh, where is it? Give me a sec, dude. Cause Elon is the one going off the hilt on this. And this is like, you'll see when you see Elon, this shit is nuts, bro. Dude, I can't wait to dance tonight. All right, right here. Okay, so here it is. So, dark woke, because the other option is bootlicking feds plus pedophiles plus nerds. Okay, now immediately June got in here and said, you previously engaged in blatant transphobia. How do you feel about trans people in the wake of noticing how the far right truly is? Okay, now, that is like, for me, guys, this is one of the things I have talked about is about like, when it comes to racism, I let black people be the guide. When it comes to transgender issues, I tend to let trans people be the guide, which means if somebody like June is going to engage with 𝗙cie𝗶𝗵 and connect with her, and if June is somebody who is going to, you know, find peace with 𝗙cie𝗶𝗵 finding new light, I'm willing to follow that lead. You know what I'm saying? Like, I trust that June is going to pick apart somebody and like give me a good indicator as to whether, like, you know, I will look to trans people and how they react and let them be my guide, as opposed to me just holding firm in one way or another. Because ultimately, you know, I think like in support of trans people, you gotta listen to them and let them fucking sort this. Like they're gonna have much more a finger on the pulse of what's going on than I am, which is why, you know, when a trans person engages me talking about shit Gavin Newsom's doing, I'm listening. You know what I'm saying? Because they're like experiencing the harm, not me. You know, like it's easy for me to just have this rock solid integrity because I don't suffer any of the fucking pains, you know what I mean? And like, so I thought this was really interesting that June got in here and immediately was like, all right, like what's going on with you? But look at what Ashley wrote. Okay. And we don't know how accurate this is, but also Ari Drennan was in here. I've seen other people in here talking about this, but look what she said. She said, I feel immense guilt for my role and even more guilt that things I've said in the past may have caused my son's sister more pain. Okay, so Ashley is acknowledging Vivian, my son's sister. Remember this line, because this line right here has caused Elon Musk to have a mental fucking breakdown. Okay? This line right here, we're going to revisit this in a minute. Okay? So, and even more guilt that things I've said in the past may have caused my son's sister more pain. I don't really know how to make amends for many of these things, but I have been trying incredibly hard privately to learn and advocate for those within the trans community that I've hurt. I also haven't said much on this because I've gone back and forth over whether my voice would be helpful on the issue, since it will be framed as disingenuous or just turning because I'm scorned. Even this reply will become right-wing hysteria. But yeah, I'm sorry. Let me know how I can help. Now, guys, I've done a lot of amends. I'm 18 years sober, and like I read this and it hit me a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It was like, man, I don't know, dude. I'm really going to watch her because there's something about this that felt genuine. Okay. And then even seeing Ari, you know, like chime in, I'm like, all right, I think it's worthy of watching, you know, because people do change. People do grow. I mean, it's not without the realm of possibility. Okay. Now there are other people here. Okay. That are like chiming in. People are getting in there. She's getting a little of things. But what's crazy about it, guys, is what happened with Elon. Okay? Because Elon fucking has had a melt fucking down, bro. Dude, Elon Musk has just absolutely, he burst several blood vessels in his fucking brain today. Okay? And here's what he did. Let me find you Elon's response, boss. Oh my God. Cause this guy, I mean, let me keep the Ashley St. Clair one because I want to reference it. Okay. We need to reference the original post where she says about dark woke. Okay. Hold on. Let me right here. And her interaction with June and with Ari Drennan. Okay. With this post. Because we have to reference this post, okay? Because Elon, let me find my thing here. Dude, my Twitter's kind of blowing up lately. Like, shit is fucking growing again immensely. But where is it? Let me find Elon. All right, let me do this. Oh, look at keyword. Dude, Elon had a fucking meltdown, guys. All right, right here, dude. All right, right here. Look at this. Okay, so this account posted about Ashley St. Clair, right? Ashley St. Clair blocked you. This account, which is a trash fucking account. I fucking mute this shit because this shit is just nasty, MAGA shitter, like gossipy trash. But they posted, Elon needs full custody. Coming out in support of trans grooming like this is insane. Now, mind you, the only post that Ashley has said was like, hey, isn't the CSAM a bigger deal and deserves the executive order instead of like 0.26% of the population wanting to do sports, right? Shouldn't the CSAM be bigger? And my son's sister, she acknowledged Vivian. So now Elon respond to this saying, I will be filing for full custody today, given her statements implying she might transition a 1-year-old boy. Look at that, guys. Implying she might transition a 1-year-old boy. Like, what the fuck does that mean, bro? Nobody is ever transitioned a 1-year-old child. Like, how much fucking ketamine did this motherfucker snort today? Right? Just so insane. All she did was say, like, man, I think we're overreacting to the trans issues, and my son's transgender sister is somebody that I feel bad that I hurt. And he is like, oh my God, she's transitioning the 1-year-old boy. I am filing for full custody. Now, I, of course, said, no one is giving you, a fucking ketamine addict who spends all his time, right? You know what I'm saying? All his time, like, engaging in malicious behavior online. I'm like, there's no way he is getting custody of this kid. Dude, he doesn't spend any time with any of his kids. He is a publicly known ketamine addict. He engages in Nazi propaganda. He meddles in international politics. Like, this guy is such a public scoundrel. There's no fucking way this guy is winning custody of that child, right? But isn't that insane, Natalie? Isn't that nuts? That is not what she said. Isn't that crazy? Like this is what I wonder with this is does Elon Musk actually believe this? It's like, is his brain so fried that he sees a tweet acknowledging Vivian and he thinks she's going to transition like the 1-year-old? Like, man, I'm telling you right now, guys, I'm demanding next time we take power, I think we demand drug tests for all federal contractors. Okay, upper management of all federal contractors need to drug test. Owners, CEOs, all high-level officials in agencies and businesses that get government contracts, you need a fucking drug test. Period. Or you ain't getting shit. Dude, ketamine is great. It's great for, if you do ketamine therapy, if you actually do it, journeys with facilitators and you do therapy, it is great. It can allow you to overcome depression. Elon Musk is not doing that. Elon Musk is like slamming this shit and playing video games and being brutal on Twitter. This motherfucker stole Tesla's namesake without shame. Yeah, no, he did. But this is crazy. Now, in my reply here, okay, some people got into this, and there were some people, right? Of course, they called me the F slur, but there was somebody in here that literally in my replies, somebody said he's transitioning a 1-year-old is crazy. How can you support that? And it's like, bro, nobody is transitioning a 1-year-old. It is not possible to transition a 1-year-old. Like, what the fuck are these people talking about? Dude, isn't that the craziest shit you've ever heard? Like guys, that's where we're at with Elon. This guy who here's a woman who birthed his child just say something nice about trans people and acknowledges trans daughter, and he's like, oh my God, she's transing the baby, right? Yeah, no, Natalie is correct. You are mentally fucking ill if you think anyone is transing a 1-year-old person. I don't believe anybody's even transing kids. I don't think it's possible. I don't think you can trans a kid the same way that you can't fucking conversion therapy a kid. You know, the whole concept is fucking bullshit. Okay. I do think some people transition and regret it, like Chloe Cole or whatever, but I don't think she got trans by people. I think if anything, maybe Chloe decided to transition because she thought it was cool. That's definitely more about Chloe because, man, there are so many transgender people who have transitioned and fucking it has changed their lives. It's like a 96% success rate. It's unheard of. Okay, the right, like people have knee surgeries and have bigger regrets than people who transition. And just because Chloe Cole was like, did it for the wrong reasons or regrets it, that is meaningless. You know, their whole movement has like 5 people who detransition, and there's like 20 million who had a good experience, you know, and I know a lot of people too. Let me just tell you, I've heard from a lot of people like who waited too long to begin their transition and they wish they had started it a little earlier. And nobody wants to start this shit when they're like fucking 10 years old or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? But they should have the opportunity, transgender people should have the opportunity to begin their transition, at least with the hormones and the puberty blockers, before they go through the opposite gender fucking puberty. They should be able to start. You know what I'm saying? And you could say like, but like, dude, parents and kids do experimental cancer treatments. They do experimental mental health treatments. They do all kinds of like medical procedures, parents and doctors and kids. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Natalie, I feel you on that. Like parents and kids and their doctors make decisions all the time. And the fact that we're picking one area, because man, there are people who like will have surgery and their knees will never be the same, or they will have an experimental cancer treatment and it kills the child. I mean, there are just all kinds of shit that goes on. At the end of the day, it's the parents, it's the kids, it's the doctors. We should stay out of it. I don't want them in my shit. I'm not getting in their shit. And like, you know what I'm saying? And it's ironic too that the people that want to get involved in these decisions are people that literally shove Bibles up their kids' asses when they're fucking like 2 years old, man. Dude. Yeah. Health is supposed to be private info, policy aside. Yes. I mean, guys, the thing about this is like children and their parents make decisions that they sometimes regret and that affect their lives. I mean, you can't prevent that. Like acting like, oh, the government's going to come in and make sure that no kid ever makes a decision they regret that negatively impacts their life. Like, fuck off, bro. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, they believe they're performed at public schools. These people are insane. Elon looks at 2 Ashley posts on the internet and he thinks she's transitioning a 1-year-old. All right. I talk to people all the time on the internet who think teachers are transitioning kids at school, like without their parents' knowledge. Like, bro, come on. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we fucking talking about? It is like absolute batshit hysteria. It is hysteria caused by like, I don't know, religious freaking. You know what I mean? Dude, I know. I mean, dude, yeah, teachers can't get kids to not talk in class. There's no way they're getting kids to change their fucking gender. Okay? Dude, this is some batshit stuff. But bro, isn't that crazy? Dude, Nicole, let's go. Welcome aboard, Nicole. We're glad to have you. Isn't that batshit though? So Elon is filing for full custody. Guys, we gotta watch, okay? Because I've seen a lot of people today talking about this because they presume Okay, they presume that because Elon has the money and because he has, because he has the money and he has all of these resources that he's automatically going to win. But guys, I'm telling you right now, I don't think Elon wins. I think there is enough public information to show that Elon is vengeful and crazy and unstable, and he's not a good parent, and he doesn't even hang out with his kids. And not only that, but I know that 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗪 is going to have no problem. They're the best lawyers in New York City will take this fucking case for like no money. Okay? You know what I'm saying? They literally will. Bleat. Jackie, let's go. You know what I'm saying? They will take this case for $0 just to fuck Elon. Now, here's where it's going to get interesting though, guys. Because Elon did move to Texas. Okay, he did. He left California. He moved to Texas for 2 reasons. Okay, one is because of the no taxes and Texas letting him fucking grape the land. Yes, but 2 is because he wanted to take Grimes to court about the kids. Now, he and Grimes, though, I believe, had some shared custody. I don't think he has shared custody of this kid with 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗪. I don't think he definitely doesn't have the same arrangement. She lives in New York City. I don't think he's going to be able to file in Texas because he's never had the kid in Texas. He hasn't laid claim to this kid. I'm pretty sure this is going to have to happen in New York courts. And I hope 𝗙cie fucking kicks the shit out of this guy. Dude, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Dude, he is such a scumbag, bro. What a dumb shit. You know what I mean? Like, dude, can you imagine, guys? Can you just imagine? Like, can you imagine having the wealth that Elon Musk has? And like just pissing it away on all of this shit. Like, bro, if I had $600 million, dude, homelessness would just be gone, bro. That shit would be ended. You know what I mean? Homelessness gone. Scholarship fund set up. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, I would be running around probably just like raining magic on every community I could help. Right? 600 billion. And he doesn't do any of it. He sits around and jerks it and is a prick. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have never seen a bigger prick than this guy ever in my entire life. And everybody I've seen who's been close to being as bad as him is also wealthy, I might add. Dude, Elon is the elephant. She's the bird. Dude, no, Elon is more like, what's the dumbest animal out there? Dude, Elon, guys, is not smart. He is not. I'm telling you right now, Elon Musk is not that smart, okay? He is a hustler, okay? He's a manipulator. He is a sociopath, and he's able to recognize people like of talent and great ideas. He's got a little bit of that, like he can tell who really has the fucking skills. And so, but he himself is not smart. He is just somebody who's able to identify which smart people he can use, right? That's it. That's all he is. Dude, he is a parasite. Yes, very well said. I hate to say this, he reminds me a little of Cenk Uygur. Okay, because Cenk Uygur was like the same way. Okay, if you look at Cenk Uygur with TYT, Cenk Uygur was really good at spotting who was going to blow up. He could tell, wow, this guy's going to be really big or this woman's going to be really popular. And he had a habit for sniffing out talent and being able to like attach himself to people that were going to blow up and be magnetic. But he himself, like, you know, Cenk Uygur is dumb as a bucket of shit. All of his political instincts are wrong. He's never right about anything, dude. He couldn't win an election if he tried. He's like such an idiot. but he's great at spotting other people's fucking skills. You know, very similar, those guys. Con men. They're just con men, dude. They're hucksters. They're like used car salesmen. But then he sniffed Trump's diaper, dude. He's like, yeah. Con man. Yeah, absolutely. Dude, they're like, con men are good at like reading people, you know? Dude. You hate this regime? Yeah, this regime is tough, man. This regime is tough. At least Cenk can complete a sentence. Dude, Cenk does have the talking. Like, he's better than Elon Musk at talking. But isn't that wild, guys? Dude, I'll say this, though. You ready? I don't know what's going to happen with Ashley St. Clair. And I don't know if this is going to be real or if this is going to fizzle out. Okay? But I will say this. Guys, I've said this before with like MTG and shit. I kind of assume that these people are making calculated moves, but I do keep an eye out. Okay? I do. I mean, I know that people can be reformed. I know I myself have done it. I myself was a little more on the narcissistic, me. I definitely like was more manipulative and kind of a user. You know what I'm saying? I mean, politically, I always remained on one side, but I was all over the map with the way I interacted until I had a kid. And it was having a kid and then the process of getting sober and getting healed that changed me. Okay, some people don't, right? My parents did not change by having kids. They got worse. They got more narcissistic. And so the thing is I always keep an eye on them, but I do welcome people who want to change. And especially when there's somebody that have like a giant fan base, okay? If somebody with a giant fan base that has a lot of followers does a fucking public like coming around, and they actually live it and they actually do shit to make amends, I am open to giving them the opportunity. It does require, though, real amends, guys. You know what I'm saying? It requires real amends, not just lip service. And that's where you watch it over the long term to see whether if they're doing real amends or if they're just talking. Right? Thank you for always speaking truth. You're of the good ones, fair in your commentary without being anti-black. Thank you, AT. Appreciate you, boss. Right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Your Jenny mentioned an ICE recruiting video. She said it was funny. Yeah, it is. I posted it on my Twitter. I'm not going to play it, though, because it is one of those Daily Show things. And so they will copy ping it, but I will put a link if you guys want to watch it. It's really good. It's funny. It's from the Daily Show. And it was kind of like, please don't join ICE. It is right here. Oh, by the way, guys. Here it is. If you want to check it out, there it is. Right? It's funny. It's a Daily Show video about, like, if you want to join ICE because you think it's like Call of Duty, please don't. It's funny, bro. You see the value? Yeah, no. You know what? What Freestyle said there is really important, and we have talked about this too, is permission, okay? What happens is even with MAGA, okay? You ready for this, guys? Think about when you're in middle school, okay? And think about, guys, think about the way the group dynamic works, okay? Because politics is not always just about our individual convictions. Okay, someone may have an individual conviction that makes them sort of Republican, and then all of a sudden MAGA is like anti-trans, and they're like, well, I'm not really anti-trans, so I'm not going to engage in that, and I'm just going to pretend like that element is not in there, and they may be looking as their coalition having some parts of the coalition they don't like, the same way that Democrats have some people that take AIPAC money, and we can't just eliminate all of them, because we still have people in our coalition that do that. So you have to sort of like build a bridge with some people that do things you don't believe in necessarily. And then you might have red lines, but you still need your coalition intact. So there are certainly MAGA people that are not fully anti-trans, that are simply probably uncomfortable with some of that rhetoric, but they don't want to get shunned. And they don't want to get attacked, and they see how brutal the coalition is if you speak up. So they're just quiet, like a lot of people are in small towns, okay? And I don't respect that behavior, but I don't look at that as being unforgivable. I realize that not everybody is a go out there and just put their heart on the sleeve and take the fight. Some people are really afraid of consequences, and they need permission. Okay, they need to see people like Ashley St. Clair and Marjorie Taylor Greene blow the whistle. And then after Ashley St. Clair says, man, we're kind of overreacting with this trans shit, that gives other people in that coalition that also know there's something wrong with that transgender shit and they're getting tired of it. They now have permission to speak up. Okay, you know what I'm saying? And I think it's like that is a really important part, okay? I've seen it in my own life. I have dated some people sometimes where I date somebody, right? I've dated a lot of women who are struggling with alcohol and drugs, and it was my rabid fight to try and get sober that gave them permission to take the fight to get sober. And a lot of my ex-girlfriends are now fucking sober, right? Even some of them got there before I did, okay? But I gave them permission because I was out there like trying to do this change. And even though I was failing, it was my vocal attack that like gave them permission to do it too. And so those voices are important when they're real. And I'll be honest, and I'll say that even if Ashley St. Clair turns out to be a fraud, she could be fraudulent in her thing and still help other people be real in their like evolution. And that's what's great about it. Even if MTG is grifting, she is going to give permission to some other people that are very real in their desire to like combat Trump. Okay? And you know what I'm saying? And you're right. It works the other way too, exactly. It emboldens the racist, right? The more racist Donald Trump gets, the more racist Kristi Noem gets, the more like openly racist the rest of MAGA gets. I think that shit, like, you know, that shit does have an impact. So though I will definitely keep an eye on Ashley St. Clair and I'm going to look and see like what her behavior is like. I welcome people evolving. Okay, I do. I welcome people evolving, especially people with big platforms. I think anybody who's willing to speak up against these fascist gooners, let them speak. Okay, let them speak. If Ashley wants to speak, I'll fucking clear the path for her to be able to fucking speak up. You know what I'm saying? To be able to like speak it, challenge it, do it. It's definitely not going to hurt us. Now, I'm not going to send her money. I'm not going to like donate to her GoFundMe or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, let's be real. All right. I'm not going out of my way to like help this woman. Right. But, you know, I will defend her right to fucking speak up and like challenge some of those old beliefs, you know? What's the point in what we're doing if we don't want to convince them to change? Yeah. See, my thing is this. I don't necessarily want to convince them to change. Like, I realize I don't have the power to change. My thing is when somebody says they want to change, I want to give him the chance to. Okay? You know, like I'm not out there trying to convert MAGA, but any MAGA person that says they want to get out of MAGA, like I want to give them the opportunity to get out. You know what I'm saying? Now, it would be a little different if it was like these ICE agents or whatever. But even then, if a former ICE guy came out and started ratting out ICE and said he genuinely felt bad for what he did there and started making amends, dude, I would help elevate that voice, man. You know, I mean, I believe in the power of change. I believe in people having a right to become better human beings. And I know it can happen, dude. It can happen to some really terrible fucking people. You know, you do have to look and see if it's genuine. I mean, you look at somebody like Lindy Lee and you know that like she's being fraudulent because it's, you know, normally it's going to be something personal that's going to happen, right? It's not like Lindy Lee where as soon as she finds out Trump wins the election, all of a sudden she's like, I hate Kamala's immigration plan. You know what I mean? And you know what I'm saying? MAGA men love you. Nicole, are you trans? As soon as I see you say MAGA men love you, I'm wondering, are you transgender? Dude, because MAGA men love trans. They do. They love trans people. They just can't fucking admit it and deal with it, bro. But they do. They're like fixated on them. Yeah, that's the first thing when somebody says that. I was thinking, oh my God. They're obsessed. Yeah, no, Lindy Lee is absolutely fraudulent. Oh, you're not trans. All right. You're just a liberal woman that MAGA men love. They're trying to convert you, right? Black woman, let's go. Let's go. Welcome. They do hate women. They want tech-based Shariah. Dude, I don't know what their fucking deal is. Because I feel like the typical MAGA man hates women, resentment-based hatred. But they're also like, they want a mama so bad, right? They hate women because they like need them too much. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really what it is. I feel like they're still breastfeeding and they fucking hate women because of it. Like, they're so dependent on women and then they resent the women for their own dependence upon them is what I see when I look at some of that MAGA mindset. Like, want a mommy, hate a mommy, right? That's really what it is. It's like, I don't fucking get it, you know? You know what I'm saying? She doesn't live in Texas, Mistress Kraken. She and the child live in New York City, right? That's it. Like that, it's going to have to be tried in New York City. See, I think with Grimes, it was different because there was some shit that went on in Texas because there was joint custody. And so Elon had the kid. I don't believe Elon has ever had this kid, right? I don't think Elon has ever had any involvement. He visited it like one day. Okay? You know what I'm saying? And yes, he did go to Texas because of that shit. No taxes. And dude, Texas is so brutal. It is so brutal. But dude, in New York, there's no fucking way, dude. She is going to get a shark of a lawyer. And if Ashley is smart right now, you ready for this? If she's smart, which I hope she is, Ashley, if you're watching right now, you need to take 10 meetings a day. You need to go take a meeting with every top level fucking divorce lawyer in New York. So Elon can't hire any of them, right? Oh, that's it. That's the brutal part, right? If you're ever in a custody battle, right? What you want to do is you want to go to all the best attorneys and take meetings with them before your opponent does. Because once you've consulted with the opponent, your spouse can't hire them. Dude, that's what you do. You be the one who makes the first move and then make sure you've gone and had several meetings with all of the top attorneys so your opponent can't fucking hire any of them, right? Because you've already like met with them on the case, dude. It's pretty toxic. But like, hey man, when it comes to winning, you got to win. You got to win it, bro. It's for the kid. But yeah, no, Elon doesn't have he has a snowball's chance in hell, dude. of winning that shit. Right? Dude, a snowball's chance in hell, bro. Dude. He'll wear her down and threaten her. See, I don't think so. I think, here's my take on it, right? Is I know with normal women, I know with a normal, like, regular woman who's, like, out of the public eye that he'll wear her down and shit. I suspect Ashley's gonna be his kryptonite. Because, I mean, as much as I hated her for, you know, a lot of her right-wing nature, she's pretty fucking feisty. She is. She is a like one of those warrior women. I think he may have met his match with her, right? So it's gonna be interesting to see how it plays out because she is a scrapper. Okay, she is, dude. And that was one of the things that I always had a tiny shred of respect for her, even though I found her to be fucking degenerate. But she is a scrapper. I definitely have popcorn. You know what I'm saying? Has he even seen the kid? He did see the kid right before she announced it. Okay, he went to New York and like spent like 2 days or something with her. And so there's one photograph of him holding the kid. It was like a month after the kid was born, you know? And yeah, dude, he's definitely like an AI chat bot kind of guy. But moving on, dude, Elon is definitely a pederast. There's no doubt that Elon is a pederast. Dude, I mean, he supports Trump. Come on, man. He gives Trump $280 million. Grok is like CSAM all over the map. Dude, he is in the Epstein files. You know Elon is a degenerate. Okay? You know he is, dude. Right? Dude, let's go. All right, moving along, though. Dude, we got to do the Pearlythingz debate, guys. This shit is insane, boss. Okay? The Pearlythingz debate. Oh, shit. Before that, though, I want to cover this Melania. Okay? Melania Trump situation. Melania Trump Epstein. Okay? Because the most brutal ratio I have ever seen, guys, it has come up around Melania's film. You know, Melania has this documentary coming out, okay? She has this documentary coming out. We've all seen the you know, whatever, the trailer on Twitter. It's her big moment in the sun. She's got a documentary that nobody wanted to see. It's literally a film nobody wanted to see, but it is this. Okay, where is she? There she is. Here it is. Okay, Melania the film out January 30th. So 2 weeks away, this film is coming. Okay, now nobody wants to see this movie, dude. Like less than nobody. I'm sure some right-wingers will go see it, but like in actuality, nobody wants to see this shit. I mean, I personally, guys, have pretty much every time I see this trailer, I go ahead and post this movie poster underneath it, right? Dude, every time Melania posts, I post this image. Okay, that's my little thing with Melania. I have my own personal whatever. But so nobody wants to see this movie. Now, this movie, sticking with the penchant for Melania, she's married to a sex pred, Donald Trump. He's a grapist. The guy who directed this movie is a grapist. Okay, it is directed by Brett Ratner. Okay, now you're like, Brett Ratner? Huh? Okay, you remember him? I don't know if you know him. He had Rat Pack, right? He's a movie producer. Rush Hour, I think, was his thing, right? He is a dude with a long history of sexual assault, okay? Brett Ratner, dude, he is gnarly. Many rape accusations. And guess what, guys? He was also coincidentally in the Epstein files. Brett Ratner was, okay? Look at this shit. There he is, Brett Ratner, with none other than Jean-Luc Brunel. Okay? Isn't that crazy? Dude, he's there hugging him with no shirt. Who knows what these guys are up to, but I guarantee it's not good. Okay? Like, this shit is, like, scuzzy. And yeah, this guy's a rapist. This guy is the director of the Melania film. Of course he is. Even the director of her film is a rapist and an Epstein person, just like her husband is a rapist and an Epstein person. So, dude, you ready for this? So, Brett Ratner, the other day, he's still on Twitter, which I'm amazed. I don't understand how people like Russell Brand or Brett Ratner can be on Twitter when you go into their replies and everyone's just like, dude, you're graping. What are you doing? Like, you're a rapist. And they post something and everybody in their replies is just outing their sex crimes and they just keep posting. Okay? It's pretty sociopathic. All right? If I was a rapist, I would not be posting through it on Twitter. But so anyway, Brett Ratner posts the other day about the Melania movie. Okay? Like, this is insane, guys. So look at this shit. So I posted this. I said, bro, look at the numbers on Epstein Island, Brett Ratner's tweet about his Melania movie. So this guy posted it, and look at that tweet. You could get tickets now for my new film, Melania. Dude, not a single person clicked the like button, dude. Dude, not one. 113 comments under this thing. And not one person clicked the like button. So then I decided, you know what? I want to go check in on this. I'm going to keep an eye on this because I have never seen that before. Like, not one person. And I mean, dude, likes are fucking private. Nobody's even going to know you liked this thing because likes are private, and still nobody clicked it. So I went back, guys, and I checked it earlier today. And earlier today, it was 391 to 3, bro. Dude, we're going to look at the comments in a minute. But he was 391 to 3, boss. Just brutal, okay? He is posting through it, all right? Now, let's fucking go look at Ratner on Twitter. Isn't that funny? Like, dude, this is like foreshadowing the movie. And look at this, dude. The guy has 182,000 followers. 182,000, dude. And here it is. Where is it now? It's 400 and still to 3, dude. Dude, it has not gotten another like in 14 hours. This thing has been out for 3 days. It's gotten 1 like a day. Like, brutal. I have never seen anyone, dude, and he has not deleted it. Isn't that insane? Like, dude, the bots can't even be bothered. But let's look at some of these comments. Dude, look at what I said. I said we should comp that pic of you and the brutal rapist Jean-Luc Brunel into this poster with maybe an establishing shot of Epstein Island in the background. I'm like, right, let's do this thing. Dude, everybody in the comments, every single reply is ratioing him, dude. Every single one, dude, is ratioing him, right? Epstein files. Congrats on being in the Epstein files. Dude, oh my God, dude, everybody's ratioing him, right? They're all posting that clip. The reviews are in. If syphilis for a movie. Dude, this is hilarious. I can't understand an effing thing she says should be considered a war crime like being taken hostage by the Taliban. Dude, watching Melania's journey from Slovenian prostitute to first lady is like walking barefoot in a field of Lego while you have explosive diarrhea. Bro, If Epstein really did kill himself, watching this film may have been why. Dude, I have to save this, bro. Oh my God. That is epic, dude. That shit is getting fucking stolen. Dude, this is wild, bro. Everybody's talking about the ratio. Release the Epstein files. Blondie. Dude, this shit is just killing me, bro. Dude, this is like, there's like 1,000 cans of Diet Coke. Dude, I'm just getting slayed, bro. Oh. Dude, they are, I'm a little worried about what we might see. Dude, 150 comments before a single like. I got to be careful because I don't want to stroll into anything here. But yeah, dude, they have all these Brett Ratner accusations. I mean, he looks like Harvey Weinstein, doesn't he? Isn't that crazy? Dude. So he is just getting shredded, right? Let's refresh that, bro. Oh my God, dude. Isn't that insane? That shit is wild, dude. Wild. But yeah, man, I have never seen a tweet from somebody with like almost 200,000 followers on Twitter that did not get a single like that. And I mean, this was, you know, when was this? When did I tweet this? So I tweeted this at, so this was like fucking, oh my God, dude, it had already been out. It had been out for a day and a half at this point, and nobody would touch that thing. Isn't that crazy? That is insane, dude. Dude, that is so wild. And it couldn't happen. Couldn't happen to a more despicable human being. Dude, I am so tired of these men in power grapists. I am, boss. I'm really tired of the men in power grapists. Like, you know, we absolutely, like, you know, we need to be setting these guys straight. You know, dude. Yeah, no, the reviews are amazing. The reviews are incredible, dude. That movie is going to be such a massive flop. Somebody said she's full of herself. She is so full of herself. I mean, look at this shit, dude. Look at this. Like to me, guys, this is pretty despicable, right? That like people that are this terrible get to live like this. Like what an absolute like fallacy with, you know, American capitalism. What a fallacy with capitalism that despicable, horrible people get to like collect all the wealth and be able to live in this place with this crazy, incredible view. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's just a real, you know, it's a real condemnation of what capitalism is about, you know? Dude, she bathed baby Baron in caviar. Bro, she's simply despicable. She is so bad. But, all right, Melania, later. Dude, now let's go to the Pearlythingz debate, shall we? Dude, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to look at Pearlythingz. Can you imagine how that crushed her ego? Dude. I mean, her ego is pretty crazy. All right, we've all seen the clip of Pearlythingz like caving. So, dude, all I could say about this debate, we're going to watch the Pearlythingz section. Like, what's up with the weird, like, flames and shit? Like, this whole debate is just weird, dude. World War debate. There's, like, flames on this background. This shit is wild. Some of the most inhuman people in history have lived in golden rooms. Absolutely, Jet. See, my thing is this, is I don't even care. You want to be wealthy? Like, whatever, be wealthy. I don't think there should be billionaires. I don't think there should be trillionaires. But I have this thing, like, right here, dude, where it's like this image. People who live like this, when there's, like, homeless people on the streets, you're despicable, okay? There's no excuse to be living like this. This is like Pontius Pilate, like Roman Empire kind of shit, where everything is just so over the top. It is just so like, you know, Caesar's palace kind of shit, like just flaunting their wealth. And dude, this is despicable. You know what I mean? Like, there's no reason to live like this when people in the world are hurting. And yeah, dude, they all look fucked up. I mean, look at Baron over here, dude. He just looks so lost. And there's like the toys down here are like a limo and a fucking old Porsche and shit. Now, granted, a lot of this is set up for a photograph. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is staged for the photograph, these toys and shit. But like, this place, this room is his fucking house, man. You know what I'm saying? And you know, this is like The Sopranos. This is like cheesy, like Staten Island mobster kind of shit, bro. It really is, dude. This is cheesy Staten Island mobster shit. And yeah, the kid's off to the side on a stuffed animal, right? This is, you know, this is really grody. It's really gross, dude. It's really gross shit. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. We're gonna come back and we're gonna dig into 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶𝗃 and shit. I'm gonna let the music play while I'm going to the can. All right, hang tight. If I'm wrong, I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. Oh, let's go. Thank you, Natalie. Dude, I hope these guys don't copy strike like Jubilee does. They better not, boss. All right, here we go.
After you, I'm afraid of feeling some too.
Let's go. Ooh, oh. You love that I exist? All right. Thank you, Monk. Glad you're here. All right, let's go. Getting into it. Dude. Destroy. Nobody wants to hear your anti-immigration screed, boss. No one cares. All right. Most of MAGA are brain dead with no education, and they're fucking on welfare and shit too. Right. And the thing about it is like they don't need to be unlawful. Provide a path to citizenship. They're only unlawful by design. Fuck off. Get out of my chat. I'm not going to listen to your crybaby shit about immigration. All right. Go fucking, polish Trump's knob with that shit. Nobody fucking cares. All right. America is a country of immigrants. We're going to continue being a country of immigrants. Doesn't matter. We don't care. Your little ICE charade isn't going anywhere. Trump is wasting tens of billions of dollars and he's not deporting anyone. He's not deporting shit. The whole thing's going to be a fucking failure. Immigration is happening. Deal with it. Or fucking, I don't know. Don't deal with it. Go to Mars with Elon Musk and fucking go do some slave labor for a fucking trillionaire capitalist. Okay? But we are a nation of immigrants and that ain't changing. Okay? So I don't care what your fucking crybaby shit is about it. Nobody fucking cares. And we don't care what ICE does. We don't care how many people ICE kills. The more they do this nasty shit, the more they lose the battle. Right? We are a nation of immigrants. We were a nation of immigrants. We always will be a nation of immigrants. Okay? And if you have a problem with that, you're welcome to leave. All right? That's it. End of story. Right? If you don't believe in what America stands for, GTFO! There you go. Let's go. Dude, it's all their crybaby shit. Oh, I don't like immigrants, even though my family was immigrants too. Because I'm not Native American, so that means I'm a fucking immigrant. You fucking dumbasses. Like, dude, give me a fucking break, bro. If you're not Native American, you're a goddamn immigrant. So, like, wah, wah, wah. The tiny violins are playing. Wah, 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 wah. Dude, you know what I mean? It's like, wah, 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 wah. Only the hot ones can stay. Yeah, that's what the grapists say, right? Like that Tommy Robinson loser. All the grapists say that shit, right? Dude, they're so weird. All right, here we go. Let's watch a little bit of 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀 and Pearlythingz. Guys, I don't know how much of this I'm going to be able to stomach, right? Because you know me, I'm a little down on the 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀 right-wing fucking like move, but I'm curious to see how much, like how left-wing, like obviously 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶𝗀 debating Pearlythingz gives 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶𝗀 an opportunity to be the left-wing person. But dude, I'm going to be honest. I think right now, 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶𝗀 and Pearlythingz are like a half an inch apart. They're practically the same person. The only fucking person is, the only difference they really have is 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶𝗀 is going to try to make Pearlythingz seem like a misogynist. But like, dude, the only person that 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶𝗀 doesn't seem like a misogynist next to is like Pearlythingz at this point. I mean, dude, this is like the grifters grifting the grifter. Like, this is wild, but I did see Pearly's breakdown. Like, she has a breakdown. How long is this? How long are they on here? They're on here for like 30 minutes, or how long is this debate? This thing's an hour? All right, I'm definitely not watching an hour. There's no way, but we'll watch a little bit of it.
Free speech. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Dude, there's like nobody here. I mean, look at this, though. you see how empty this room is, guys? Do you see this event? Like, can we just process this? How Anna used to be like this really big thing, right? Yeah, no, I'm with you, Natalie, but look at how empty that room is. Like, let's go back and watch this entrance, guys. There is nobody there.
Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at that. Bro, there's like 50 people there. Dude, there is like 50 people in this room, dude. There's so many empty chairs. Like, oh, dude, like these people are hitting rock bottom. You know what I mean? Like, bro, is this Vegas? It feels like Vegas, right? No, it's Atlantic City. Dude, it's in fucking Jersey, bro. It's in Atlantic City. Oh, shit. That is 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶𝗹𝗀, dude. It is so trashy. Even the chairs look cheap, bro. Dude, like I said, I saw the clip that Kyle Kowinski posted. We'll look at that clip. But there's this clip where there's like flames on this fucking like digital screen. It is so cheesy. Dude, Atlantic City is kind of like Reno. I don't know if you guys have ever done the Vegas shit, but I used to play Reno and you know, I used to play Vegas, and I am a season ticket holder to the Raiders. So I've been to Vegas like many times. Okay. I used to fly out for games, fly in, fly out. Now, the thing about like Atlantic City and Reno is, so Vegas is pretty fucking cheesy, okay? Vegas is pretty cheesy, but there is some high class. But like Reno is like the people that are too cheesy to go to Vegas, go to Reno, right? People that think Vegas is like too high class, they go to Reno. So Reno is like, man, the backwoods of the backwoods, bro. And Atlantic City is kind of similar to Reno, dude. It is pretty, you know, Staten Island, fucking like, you know, rural Jersey vibes. Atlantic City's pretty cheeseball, dude. It is pretty bad, dude. It might not be quite as bad as Reno, but it is in the same zip code. But here we go. Oh my God, there it is with the flames. Dude. Oh, look at that. Dude, she's like Erica Kirk up there. They got the pyrotechnics. Dude, but there's nobody. Right. There's nobody in the audience.
I assume Pearl's going to do it the same way, but while we're waiting for her to get down there, and I was going to ask you real quick, like, how are you feeling right now?
Pretty good. Happy to be here.
You've waited long enough? Are you ready to get
I'm
out?
hyped. I'm super excited. Come on, let's get the energy up. Yeah.
Dude, you can't get the energy up. There's like 12 people in the room, dude. Dude.
I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dude. Dude, this is like a bad open mic, bro. Dude, this is like, dude, like 7 years ago, 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶𝗹𝗀 was like the queen of politics. And now she is literally in Atlantic City on a debate stage with flames on a digital screen and like 12 geriatrics clapping. Dude, I'm serious. I went to open mic nights that had bigger crowds than this, boss. There was an open mic every Wednesday night at Highland Grounds in LA that I used to go to. Like, I never missed for years. It's where I cut my teeth learning how to like sing and play guitar and shit. Dude, there were like 150 people there every Wednesday. Dude, I had bigger crowds than this, dude, in the early 90s at a fucking coffee shop. This is bad, dude. This is like the redheaded libertarian kind of bad. I got blocked by the redheaded libertarian because she went and did a live event in Washington, D.C., and only 6 people were in the audience. And so I got in her replies and said, how do you have 1 million people on Twitter and only 6 fucking people show up to see you in D.C.? Like, what does that tell us about your Twitter following? Dude, she blocked me. Dude, she shit canned me for that. I got excluded. Now I can't like make fun of her anymore. I'm kind of disappointed because, dude, she had the craziest Bible eyes, but whatevs. All right.
Interview earlier, and it didn't run. So I'll just ask you again, like, what do you think tonight is your best hope for swaying people in the crowd who might not be on your side?
Swaying the 50 in the crowd.
I don't have a lot of hope, to be honest with you. But look, I love that we're having this conversation.
Dude, Anna's like, if I had any hope, I wouldn't be doing this event. The only reason I'm doing this event is because I have lost all hope. Thank you. All right, right? That's it. There we go. We're going to save that one. Thank you. All right, we're going to save that. We'll watch that later in case we can't find it. But she literally has no hope, dude.
I'm excited to scrap a little bit. And if anything, I know it's going to be entertaining.
All right, she said scrap a little bit, so let's get Pearl in here. Come on, Pearl.
Dude.
Here she comes.
And dude, what is she's dressed like an Amish person, boss. What the fuck is going on, dude? Why is she dressed like an Amish person, dude? Did you notice that? Dude, it is empty, guys. There is nobody there, boss. Nobody. Dude, and with the pyrotechnics.
All right, Pearl, welcome.
Dude, Pearl is like, dude, she's big, bro. Dude, look at this shit. Dude, this guy is like she is big, dude. She is like a fucking linebacker. I had no idea she was that big, boss. You know what I'm saying? Dude, what is she doing, bro? I had no idea she was so, husky. All right, let's go.
All right, Pearl, welcome. I'm gonna ask you the same question. If you're gonna change somebody's mind tonight, that one person, how are you gonna do it?
I'm gonna let the facts speak for themselves.
Fair enough. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this debate, our main card, has a little bit of a different format.
Dude, this is like so awkward. Dude, who's the guy here? Who is this fucking guy? Is this the announcer? Is this the announcer that's the moderator or whatever? And who is this guy? Am I missing something here? Why is the moderator's picture like 5 times bigger than the contestants? Dude, they have his picture on the screen? Like, what is this event, dude? Dude, this thing was like designed by, he does have the Bovino cut. He went into his hairdresser and was like, give me the Bovino, dude. He does look like Bovino. Like, who is this guy? Main event. Right? 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗵 defeats Pearly Davis. Dude, what is this thing, bro? Oh, man. This is like Ben Swan. All right. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, but all right, let's see what we got.
Did previously, we're going to have the opening statements for both of you. Those will be 5 minutes apiece.
Oh,
then
God.
You'll each get 10 minutes to kind of do an interrogatory of the other. That will go back and forth. And then after that, we'll go into open debate.
Dude, I'm not watching 10 minutes of opening statements, all right? So we're advancing past the opening statements. If there are any clips I need to see, dude.
Feminism has empowered women. So 1 of 3 women will catch an STD at some point in their life. Our employees. 1 of 3 women will catch an STD at some point in their lifetime.
So what, dude? So what? Like 1 in fucking, how many people are going to get fucking cancer or some type of disease. Like
90% will catch HPV, which is incurable. Feminism.
I mean, obviously the HPV could have like complications. So getting the HPV vaccine is probably a good idea for women. But like, man, this idea that STDs are like, they're just literally, people have sex, there's going to be STDs. Like, no one fucking cares, bro.
Has empowered women to abort 1/8 of the world population and 1/3 of Gen Z. Feminists have been so empowered to commit paternity fraud. Paternity fraud is unpunished in any state in the USA or any country in the West. If done correctly, a man.
Dude, she's
1/3 of paternity
dude,
tests
she's
are
so
negative.
I can't get over how large she is. Dude, I have no idea. Now I think I'm starting to understand why she has such a male audience, right? Because what's really interesting about her is she has a presence like a man, and I know she sort of prostrates herself to, right? Like, she's definitely a woman, you know what I'm saying? But she has a real sort of like linebackery kind of like womanhood to her that, like, I see why men sort of dig her vibes, bro, especially when she's bashing women the whole time. You know what I mean? She's got that bro energy. She does. You know what I mean? He's a television news anchor, an investigative journalist, and a conspiracy theorist. Dude. Oh, shit. All right, let's get in here. Let's get into their, like, whatever interrogatory shit.
Manipulate them any way that you want.
All right, here we go.
Alimony and medical care and dental are not covered by that, so a lot of times it does go above 50%. Again, you can go through the facts, the data, and the statistics and manipulate them any way that you want.
It's not
But
manipulation.
there are
Those are the stats.
1.6 million men in this country. Men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after a divorce.
Compared to women, what's the number for women?
It's lower.
Really? What is it? Comparative analysis is real difficult for you, isn't it?
Okay.
Oh.
Go ahead, Pearl.
What's your next question?
You have asserted.
Dude. Dude. Oh. I mean, dude, they are like Anna came into this not just to debate, but like to fucking humiliate. That is like kind of funny, bro. Popcorn. Oh, shit. Dude, is this supposed to be interesting? No. I mean, I don't think this is interesting. This is a train wreck. You know what it is, guys? This is like two bottom feeders, because Pearly is like a has-been too. She had a brief moment, when you think about it, Pearly did during the pandemic, when she was like mimicking Andrew Tate. You remember? I remember Pearly sort of like blowing up because she became like an Andrew Tate clone right when Andrew Tate was blowing up. But now she's just a fucking kind of an old has-been. You don't really hear much from her anymore. She's just middling at best. And Anna is like crashing, okay? Anna is crashing into Tucker Carlson's fucking diaper, right? And so what's funny about this is I feel like it's two bottom feeders like fighting for the bottom. And Anna is like, I'm just going to try to like humiliate you, right? Let me just fucking hammer away. I mean, Anna does have a point though, that Pearly, like all of her shit is like cherry picked, right? Like she'll pull out a stat, but she doesn't have the stat for the other side because she's a cherry picker, right? She's one of those people that picks a piece of data that supports her conclusion and then doesn't look at any of the other data. She doesn't even look at it. So she doesn't even have that information. But they're definitely fighting for the bottom.
That men shouldn't get married, that instead they should shack up.
I didn't say that.
You did say that with Trent
not say
Horn. Word for word, you said it makes more sense for them to shack up, live with a girlfriend instead of getting married. Do you think the advice that you give to men is the type of advice that will fulfill their lives? Because I'll tell you one thing, the best part of my life is my husband. I love my husband. He's my—
Dude, the best part of my life is my husband. Dude, what are we doing here? Dude, Anna is MAGA. The best part of my life is my husband. Dude, who says that? Like, who says that, bro? Like, what is that? Dude, I just can't picture Jenny saying that. Like, Jenny loves me and she appreciates me and all the like change I've inspired in her life as I do for her. But I could not imagine Jenny walking around being the best part of my life is my fucking partner, Tommy. Like, are you shitting me? Like, what does that even mean, bro?
You give to men is the type of advice that will fulfill their lives. Because I'll tell you one thing, the best part of my life is my husband. I love my husband. He's my rock. He's my foundation. And no, my husband is number one. I love my career, but you know what my career did? When I met my husband, my career was already established. He, on the other hand, was couch surfing. He was in debt and didn't know what he wanted to do with his life. I married him anyway. You want to know why? Because I had the economic freedom to marry for love, not for some Chad to take care of me.
Yeah, but now we know why he married her, right? Dude, that's why he fucking married her, dude. Oh shit, he was couch surfing. She's like, the best part of my life is this couch surfing fucking indigent man that I took in. Dude, what is that? Like, oh my God, the best part of my life is this homeless couch surfing bro that I have taken in and given a fucking life to. Dude, couch surfing. And he was like, what? Wasn't he like a baseball player? Like, why did he end up being a couch surfer? I thought he was like a professional baseball player or some shit, dude.
How tall is he?
Oh, he's 6'1", about your height.
How many kids did you give him?
None, I don't want kids.
Let's not do shouting questions from there, please. Allow these two to debate each other.
Dude, it's like a free-for-all, bro. Oh, he was a AAA couch surfer. Dude, you hear everybody just yelling from the crowd? Dude, this is like the redneck debate event of the fucking year, bro. They're yelling. How many kids did you give him? Oh, does he like Trumpy? Dude. Oh my God, bro. The bottom feeder event of the year, boss. Jesus.
Okay, what's your question?
Wait, I want to hear those insults.
Oh, he's 6'1", about your height.
How many kids did you give him?
None, I don't want kids.
Let's not do shouting questions from there, please. Allow these two to debate each other.
Okay, what's your question?
Jesus.
I mean, you don't really have much to answer, so I don't know what else to ask you. Do you think you're helping men by discouraging them from entering fulfilling marriages?
What happens to men if they don't pay child support?
I mean,
what happens? What happens, Anna?
How many men do you think get
What
arrested?
happens to
I don't know
men
what the
when they
number
don't
is.
get-
But the
What
idea that
happens
there's
to
like a
men when
huge
they
number
don't-
of men getting arrested for not doing what they're supposed to do
15%
and take care of their children, it's not a huge issue.
What happens to men when they don't
Really?
pay child support?
Only 60% of child support payments get paid out.
Dude, what is this question? Bro, when I fucking, I got a woman pregnant and we split the time in half and I paid child support. And like, is that really a problem? I was happy to pay child support. I wanted to pay an appropriate amount. I didn't want to overpay. But of course, paying child support allowed like a situation where like my son wasn't going to be lacking in the other house. And I think that is helpful to the kid. But like, I don't understand what the point is here. Like, oh my God, Pearl's like, oh, if you get married, you have to pay child support. But like, dude, if you have a kid, you should be willing to help support the kid. Dude, these people are fucking, this is like, it hurts me to watch this. This is so painful, right?
You got to allow her to interrogate you, not them. You got to stop yelling questions at her.
You can minimize men's problems all you want, but I don't think you understand how privileged of a position you're in.
In what way? How am I privileged?
Men are the ones that are on the hook for child support. Men are the ones that are on the hook for alimony. It's easy for you to tell men to just take the risk when you're not in that position.
So are you asserting that men shouldn't pay child support following a divorce? Do you believe that women should?
I mean, the child support depends on who's making more money, okay? If the woman is, if Anna divorced her fucking, her couch surfing bro, Anna would have to pay child support. It's not just the men. I mean, part of the reason why men end up paying is because we live in a society where men are usually making more money. But dude, child support isn't just a man thing. It's whomever makes the most money pays money. And I mean, it is all about equalizing the lifestyle. Now, the alimony is a little different, right? But as far as the child support goes, they want both households to be close to the same. This is so this is Jesus. All right.
Be financially responsible 100% after divorce.
Feminists wanted to be equal. So I say be equal. If you guys want equality, 50-50 custody, no child support, no alimony, no special privileges.
Alimony is paid out in 10%
it doesn't
of
matter
divorces.
If you're part of the
it does
10%.
matter. It does matter because you make it seem like it's a widespread issue when it's only 10%.
The 10 years doctrine is a sexist law against men.
See, this is hard to counter because you know what happens a lot, guys? I mean, I'm glad we're talking about this a little bit because there's a lot of misogyny in these things about marriages and relationships because let me just tell you, like, for example, you know what's happening right now? The way Jenny and I have done this is a real common thing to happen. So I quit my job in 2016 to start a film career, and Jenny managed the money. She worked her ass off. We had remodeled a house. We had a whole bunch of debt. She managed the debt. She paid some of that off. She kept us afloat for years, 3 years, while I struggled to get a film career off the ground. And I ended up failing as a film career, but I discovered Fortnite. I went all in on Fortnite, and 2 years later, I blew up and I paid off the rest of our debt and shit. Now, my point being, though, is I established my career and my money-making future while Jenny was supporting me making that plunge. Okay, which means now if I blow up and I blow this shit to whatever, and me and Jenny separate, she's entitled to some of that fortune if I make one, because I literally wouldn't have had it without her support. And this happens a lot, guys. There are a lot of instances where the woman gets into a marriage with a guy who's starting a business or starting a law career or starting a CEO career or what have you, and the woman supports the man while he goes out and builds that shit. And then when he gets divorced, he's like, oh, I don't want to pay you any money. But it's like, homie, the number of women that have put their men through law school or what have you, it's a lot, guys. A lot of times men have a primary relationship that fucking do that shit. Jenny is a transcriber. She transcribes for work. She was. Now she's not really doing that anymore. Now I'm paying for everything while she takes a couple years and works on becoming a facilitator, like a psilocybin facilitator. And which I think she's going to go into something in the healing arts now, more independent, working for herself. But the point being, though, is they're many men kick off their careers by having the support of a woman, and then later on, they get all bitchy about paying for shit, and it's real common, guys. It is real fucking common.
That's sexist.
How is it sexist if a woman decided to forego a career, decided to be a stay-at-home mother, and the marriage doesn't work out. She has no job, she has no income. So you think it's unfair to get support from her ex-husband so she can raise the kids?
60%,
so she can pay.
60% of kids under 5 have daycare. Daycare is an option now. You wanted to be men.
Dude, daycare is not an option if you don't have fucking money, right? If you're poor, daycare's not an option.
You wanted to be men. Here you
Do you know how much daycare costs? Do you think it's free?
Your answer.
A lot of things are expensive, Anna. I mean, it's men.
That's not an answer.
Women have 85% of consumer spending. Women spend money all the time. You spend money on hair dye, you spend money on Botox, you spend money.
You should think about it.
Oh, Jesus, dude. Dude. What? Guys. What is this? Bro, I mean, this isn't even a debate. This is like Anna is just sort of personally attacking her, right? Which is weird. Like, they're not even, first off, this thing is unmoderated, but like, man, they're not even having any good sense of debate. It's just like they're talking and Anna's like personally insulting her. Oh, fuck,
percent
bro.
of consumer spending. Women spend money all the time. You spend money on hair dye, you spend money on Botox, you spend money.
You should think about it. I sure am.
You spend money all of the time.
Yep.
So you wanted to be men, here it is. You're equal. Pay for daycare.
Equality means that when you have a child or children, you're both responsible. So the idea that the woman should take 100% of the cost.
Dude, this is like hard to watch, bro. You know? Cause it's not really like Anna is so proud of herself. But dude, don't get me wrong, guys. Like the thing that's crazy about this is like, I mean, I guess I'm not entirely opposed to, you know, if shit sort of blows up and maybe you get a zinger in there somewhere, but like, this isn't even like a debate. Like, Anna is just there being like, I am going to low grade attack this woman like she's in the Twitter replies. You know what I mean? I mean, they're not even debating in good faith. It's just, you know, I mean, certainly, I don't know, dude. They encourage them to make it more WWE. I mean, I guess so. I guess that's what they're after. But like, dude, this is so MAGA. This is like a MAGA debate here where it has no substance and it's just fucking like everybody's clinging to like two statistics and then they're just attacking the shit out of each other. All right, let's get to the Pearly meltdown. We're going to skip ahead.
Don't appreciate feminists speaking on behalf of all women in regard to what women prefer. I think the Me Too movement started off as a legitimate grievance with women who were legitimately abused, and it devolved into something laughable and ridiculous, especially when, you know, someone like Aziz Ansari gets accused of being like some sort of sexual predator when he clearly wasn't. So I just don't like how loaded that word is. What I actually genuinely want is equality among the sexes. I'm not looking for women to have an upper hand over men at all. But we need to be based in reality, and we need to look at the statistics and figure out.
Oh, did I pass it? Hold on, let's go back. Sorry, I thought I was earlier. There we go. All right, we're gonna go in here.
I'm not trashing
But
them.
my biggest gripe with you is your cited everything I mentioned. Pull it up. Pearl, the main thing I want people to understand, okay, Pearl's gonna trash women no matter what, that's fine.
I'm not trashing
But
them.
my biggest gripe with you is you're discouraging people from entering marriages.
I don't tell men what to do. Sell me on.
You
okay,
advise
Anna,
men to avoid marriage.
Sell me on marriage. What do men get out of marriage?
That's sad. It's sad that people think that. It really is. You get a partner, you get a teammate, you get to build a life together, and it's beautiful.
See, first off, I mean, I can go either way on the marriage thing. Like, can marriage be cool? Sure. Can marriage be a train wreck? Sure. I mean, if you look at the data, not a lot of marriages work out, okay? And we don't know exactly why that is. I mean, people change when they make that kind of commitment in marriage. Sometimes people get sloppy with themselves or they get overly reliant upon their partner. I mean, for me, Jenny was married when I met her. We've been together for 13 years and we are not married. Okay, we're coming up on our 13 years. We're not married. She doesn't want to be married. If she wanted to be married, we'd probably be married. I'm not opposed to it, but I also don't mind not being married. But it's kind of a moot point, though, because there's a common law thing. So even if you don't get married, if you're in a relationship with people for 10 years and you break apart, it's going to be treated like a marriage in the courts. So this idea that marriage defines the relationship is bullshit, because the relationship decides the relationship decides the relationship, not the marriage. The marriage is like a tax thing, and it's a thing in the government. And if you're religious, the marriage is a thing in your religion. But like, dude, yeah, common law I think is 7 years, right? And right. No common law in California? Yeah, all right. I mean, there is here in Oregon, but I mean, there should be common law. I mean, because it's not even about the marriage, you know, it's simply about like, if you guys are in a long-term relationship, like you guys have affected each other's success, whether you want it or not, you know? And let's see about common law. How many? Let's see what the AI says. So I guess we don't even have it here in Oregon, right? Hold on a sec, though. So the thing about it is, though, is here's the deal, okay? So let me just say this, that the thing about this, okay, is that the thing in these long cohabitation sort of things is, I'm just looking at some like whatever guidelines, is it looks like there's no automatic protection laws, right? There's not any automatic laws except in spaces where they have them, where they have that common law thing. However, there still is room for people to fight over the assets. There's just not a built-in framework within to sit it in. So it's not like even in a state without common law, if you're in a relationship for 20 years and you have a bunch of shared assets and you break up, there is a fight for those assets that you get to engage in. There just simply isn't an automatic set of frameworks. So even if you're not in a marriage, you're still going to be like, you know, you're still going to be, I think you still have some legal claim, right? It's just going to be a little bit more difficult, you know? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I imagine maybe some men like it because there's more room to eke out, especially if they're the financial, you know, like if they have the financial advantage, they're going to be able to attack that better. But I think anybody who's in a relationship for a long period of time, you're going to have some legal claim. You know what I'm saying? Pearly makes no sense logically. I mean, I'll be honest here, guys. Neither one of these women really makes sense here. I mean, even with Anna, this idea of equality, like equality doesn't exist, guys. You know what I'm saying? This idea that equality, like you can seek equity, but there's no such thing as equality. You know, there just isn't any such thing as equality, you know? And so Anna, like, it's funny because Anna's like, I just want women to be equality, but like Anna's the pants wearer. Anna has all the money. Anna's like the driving force. She picked up a couch surfer. And so she loves her man. She loves her boy toy, that like couch surfer that she took in. And Pearly's like telling men to like protect yourself from women, right? And they're both like the outskirts. You know what I'm saying? And Orphan, shut up, okay? Like when you search engines use AI, all right? If you're going to use search engines, you're going to be using AI. So chill. Don't tell me what to do. Thank you. Appreciate you, right? But shut up, all right? When I use a search engine, there's an AI component, all right? And for some shit like that, it's easier to look at the AI because I don't have an hour to go investigate 20 fucking websites, all right? So unfortunately, you are stuck with some AI, all right? Men should be available to protect women. Dude, men, the protect women, what is that quote, right? What is that quote about that? Are you saying that facetiously? Dude, let's go. Yeah, I mean, dude, we can't escape AI in the search engines, unfortunately. It's problematic. You know what I'm saying? There are certain things where you just, I mean, you can't rely on it. You can't use it as your own information source. I mean, I appreciate you. I know you want to slow down the AI. We all do. But dude, again, I don't think men protecting women should be the societal impact. I think personally, I think if men held men accountable, then they wouldn't need to protect women, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't protect Jenny, okay? I back her up while she protects herself, okay? I've told this story before. Like, let me give you an example, okay, of what that looks like. Jenny likes the band Korn, okay? And Jenny and I went to a Korn concert, and we go many times. I don't like Korn, but I go and I have a good time. I don't hate them, but whatever. I'll go to her music, and she'll go to see mine. We like do that. So we went to a Korn concert, and there was a couple, like a rednecky couple behind us, and they got mad that we were standing up and dancing, okay? And we were like, well, we're at a rock concert show. Like, this is what people do. Like, I'm sorry, you're welcome to stand up too, but we dance at rock shows. It's just what we do. So what happened is the rednecky man grabbed Jenny's, like, pocket of her pants. So he was essentially touching her butt, and he tried to pull her down to her chair. This big rednecky man. And Jenny was like livid, okay? She was livid. So I didn't step in and puff up to that man. I didn't like adopt a like, what are you doing touching my woman? Jenny leaned forward and got right in his fucking face and said, you ever fucking touch me again? I will fuck you up. You don't fucking touch a woman's ass. You keep your fucking hands off a woman. Like, don't lay hands on a woman ever, you motherfucker. She went off on him for like 2 minutes, screaming right in his face. And then after she was done, she was like very vulnerable. She was shaky. She was like in that state of agitation after you do some type of big confrontation. So I just held her and I let her recover while her physical body worked through it. And then the guy and the woman, they like left. But the point being is I let her defend herself, okay? And then I held her and like stayed with her while she recovered from her defense of herself. Okay? Because the thing is, it's not my job to protect her. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's her job to protect her. Like, and she appreciated being able to protect herself and take care of it, right? Like, she really felt good about that. Now for me, you ready? For me, I do it a little differently, right? Because whereas I'm not going to jump in and start some big fracas there and whatever, I'm going to let that shit play out. But now for me, if I go out with a group of my male friends, and if my male friends start getting misogynist or being a pig, I will tell my male friends, like, bro, the fuck is wrong with you? Like, why are you talking like that? You know what I'm saying? Right? I instead of protecting her, I hold my male friends accountable. And I think that that's a really important thing for men to do, because what we have done is we have created a society where men don't hold men accountable. We allow men to be predators. And in fact, we assume that men are predators, and men take pride in being predators. And then we like agree to protect some woman from all the other predators. But like, dude, that idea that all men are predators, boys will be boys, it's just how men are, and then you got to get yourself a man that protects you from the other men, that's the fucking problem. Is what we need more men holding other men accountable, and then they don't need to protect women anymore, because then the men aren't predators, okay? Now, as far as like a couple, whether it's two men and two women, or men and women, or just two friends defending friends if they're in a fight or whatever, that's like a different story, okay? If there's a fight or if something physical is going on, friends will help out friends. But this idea that like our society encourages men to be predators and to be predatory, and we allow it and we revere it and we celebrate that locker room talk. Oh, he was just talking about grabbing him by the pussy. He doesn't really mean rape. He just means being a man, you know? Oh, right? We tolerate that shit, and then we have to protect the men or whatever. Yeah, and man, but dude, Jenny held her own. She took care of that guy. And what's more is I didn't fight her battles for her. Like Jenny got a lot of self-confidence out of confronting that guy that she wouldn't have gotten if I had stepped in and been like, let me handle this. Now, that doesn't mean there haven't been times where I've gotten mad at people and fucking, you know, spoken up. I have. But for the most part, I try to let her fight her own battles, and I just try to support her afterwards, you know? You know what I mean? I think it's a little better. I think it's better. I mean, you know, I don't know. I mean, also though, you ready for this? Can I tell you? And this is not all women by any means, but I have dated some women who wanted, right? I have dated some women. Hold on one sec. Give me one sec here, guys. I got to take care of something quick. All right. So what I was going to say is I have in the past, I have dated some women who were really about the male protection vibes, right? Where that was like an expectation from them, but it was like, it was weird. Because what used to happen when I would date that type of woman is I found that we would very often go out and some altercation would start. And it was like a ritual. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It was like a ritual for you know, of like this person needing me to, like, almost like getting me into situations often that, like, I didn't want to be in these situations. But, like, why do these situations keep happening? Because you keep creating some situation where you need me to and expect me to step in. And it is dangerous. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about it is like when something happens to Jenny, it's not mine to fix, man. It is really not mine to fix. Now, if she asked me for help and she asked me to step in, she asked me to assist her in some way, then yes, I'm going to absolutely take that advisement. I'm not just going to say like, oh, forget that. I'm not doing this. But you know what I'm saying? But like, I don't automatically jump in. And in fact, guys, you ready? I don't even give unsolicited advice anymore. Like the way I operate is I ask first. I say, can I give you some advice? Right? I do. I ask. I ask, like, I kind of have some thoughts here. Can I give you some advice? Or do you just want me to listen here? Right? I really have taken it to a like opting out sort of scenario. And it's like, it's really, I don't know, it really allows her to flourish. You know what I'm saying? It allows her to like have master over her world, right? Because there is a very unhealthy dynamic with men and women in our society here in America that is about men not listening. Like men hear and then they jump to the fix, and then the women feel unheard and the men get frustrated because they feel like the women are always wanting their advice and never taking it. But like the women don't actually want their advice at all. It's like a crazy lack of boundaries that exist in our male-female relationships that is like disturbing. Really, you know, we have a society that doesn't allow women to have. Women aren't allowed to have boundaries, right? The male sets the boundary, and it's really fucked up. You know what I'm saying? It is. It's really fucked up. All right, let's get in here.
I feel like misery loves company in this situation. And how would you know what you get out of marriage if you haven't experienced marriage in the first place? I'm not saying that as a personal attack. I really hope that Pearl meets the love of her life and gets married. It's not about that. But you trash it without really understanding what the benefits are.
Why do we have phrases like it's cheaper to keep her?
Pearl,
answer the question.
Divorce is expensive. And by the way, on purpose, to discourage people from getting divorced in the first place.
Dude.
Why do we have phrases like happy wife, happy life?
Dude, this is painful to watch.
True.
Oh.
Same with happy husband, happy life. I don't want to come home to an angry husband.
Dude, what is this, bro? Dude, do you ever sort of just get the feeling that you're watching like the end of people's careers? Like, bro, isn't this crazy? You know what I mean? Like, what are we watching here?
But that's not a phrase.
Do you have any other like catchphrase or slogan you want to throw at me?
What do men get out of marriage?
They get a partner
that gains 25 pounds in the first 5 years.
Men get pretty fat too. I don't know if you've done a comparative analysis on that. They actually end up gaining more weight than their wives do. And who cares?
Dude, there's one clapper.
Men.
I mean, have a conversation with your partner. Encourage her. Be an adult.
How can men and women be equal?
Especially if she's giving you children.
How can men and women be equal when one is expected to die for the other?
I don't expect anyone to die for anyone else. I don't know what that even comes from.
Yeah, but men are willing to die for you every day. The men in the police force, the men in the military.
What about the women in the police force?
They're 10% and they cause so many problems.
Who cares what percentage women make up of the police force?
Yeah,
They're in the
they
police
can't-
force.
they
My
can't-
sister-in-law's a cop, actually.
They can't do the same jobs. There's videos on the
should
internet
see my
everywhere of
sister-in-law.
women getting their guns taken because they're not strong enough.
Are you just making things up?
No.
Pearl, what are you doing? Like, seriously. Next question.
Dude, this is painful.
Do you realize how good you have it in this country?
Absolutely. Best country in the world.
Dude, what is Anna doing? When was this filmed? Dude, this was filmed a couple days ago. Like, absolutely best country in the world. I mean, is this the same day that, dude, what day did fucking Renee get gunned down? Okay, what day was that? That was on January 7th. Okay? No. Oh, no. Yeah, January 7th. So, dude, 3 days after ICE agents murder a fucking innocent mother on the streets of Minneapolis, Anna's like, this is the best country in the world. What is she talking about? Isn't that fucking crazy? Like, what alternate reality? Like, this is like the weirdest MAGA. It's like MAGA versus MAGA fucking craziness. Anna's out here arguing for like the best thing in my life is my man. Dude. And the audience is lame. There's nobody there. I mean, what a train wreck, right? What a train wreck, dude. This is such a disaster. And this is the main event, guys.
To live the life you live at the expense of men.
No, that's not true.
That is true.
Show me how.
Do you know how many men die every year? There are men that die every year to get you crab.
How many women die every year during childbirth?
Not many.
This country has the highest maternal mortality rate of any developed country.
Yeah, but Anna, I mean, not to point out the TYT issue they have with racism because she's going into maternal mortality. It ain't white women with high incomes that are jacking that maternal mortality rate. You know what I'm saying? Like, that maternal mortality rate is because women of color in America get fucking shit on, bro. And they have no access to health care. And they have no fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like Anna's like a suburb feminist is what she is. She's a rich, white feminist. But like, dude, the maternal mortality rate is because of women of color that get ignored by doctors, don't have access to health care, and the doctors literally let them fucking die because the women are like, I'm in pain, I'm really hurting. They're like, no, you're not, because doctors don't listen to black women. I mean, dude, and then there's abortion laws and so on and so forth. But like, dude, it's hard to watch, man. Anna's acting like our mortality rate is high here in America because women like her are dying during childbirth. No, that is not true. Dude, I mean, Anna's the one who's like screaming at her neighbors while they're walking their dogs. She's screaming at them about their responsibility in a genocide. Dude, This hurts to watch, bro. I am in psychological pain watching this debate, dude. Well, because you know what else is fucked up? Is this debate is like unmoderated. Like you can have an unmoderated debate or it just turns into this. This is just like, a bunch of fucking high schoolers attacking each other on the playground. Like a moderated debate, you're supposed to have set questions proposed by a moderator who keeps everybody in line and requires people to actually participate. But the guy in the middle is just standing there like fucking whatever, getting a pedicure or some shit. Like, what are we doing, bro? You know what I'm saying?
So a lot of women do die as a result of pregnancy and childbirth, yes.
Dude, what is this guy even doing, bro?
This is painful, man.
Dude. What
Do you have
is...
any other questions for me?
Not right now.
All right. Should I move on? Like, what are we doing now?
Can I ask a couple questions?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, let's just jump in here.
Jesus.
So why don't we do this? I'll ask you one and then I'll ask you one and we'll kind of go back and forth. I kind of half jokingly said at the beginning, like Pearl had mentioned, I think you actually said it here too, that you believe you may be more of a feminist. Do you consider yourself to be a feminist and how would you define that?
I don't consider myself to be a feminist, mainly because it's a loaded word and there are certain outcomes from certain waves of feminism that I don't agree with.
Dude, there are certain outcomes from certain waves. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Like, dude, the feminism, dude, this is like brutal.
Particularly minimizing the importance of men in society. I do think that there is, especially the third wave of feminism that's done that. I personally really value masculine men, and I don't appreciate feminists speaking on behalf of all women in regard to what women prefer. I think the Me Too movement started off as a legitimate grievance with women who were legitimately abused, and it devolved into something laughable and ridiculous.
Dude, Jesus. This answer, she's attacking the Me Too movement. I mean, dude, what is she doing, bro? Anna is such a clown, dude.
Especially when, someone like 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀 gets accused of being like some sort of sexual predator when he clearly wasn't. So I just don't like how loaded that word is. What I actually genuinely want is equality among the sexes. I'm not looking for women to have an upper hand over men at all. But we need to be based in reality, and we need to look at the statistics and figure out what's really going on. If men are getting a raw deal as a result of divorces, then yeah, the laws need to change. And I genuinely thought prior to this debate that they were getting the raw end of the deal. But as I researched this, I realized I was believing in outdated myths. So, yeah.
Pearl, let me ask you this. Do you believe and obviously you are citing a lot of anecdotal stories. I do think it's fair to point out every anecdotal story is someone's story, right? So they're not fake stories and they're not meaningless, obviously, to the people who live those realities.
Dude, the fames are stupid.
In a lot of cases, they're very painful. Because of your platform, you speak to a lot of those people. How much is that informing where you're coming from in this debate is the real stories of people who have been hurt by this stuff?
I mean, I've interviewed 1,000 people. I interviewed a guy who had his kid transitioned and there was nothing he could do about it. I interviewed another guy and he spent $300,000 trying to get his kid back. He actually went overseas to Ukraine during the war, just trying to be in his kid's life. So yeah, it impacts it a lot. Yeah, I've interviewed so many men that want nothing more than to just be a dad and see their kid. They don't even care about the money. They just want to see their children. And if you ask Anna, it doesn't exist, but if you ask any man, like everybody knows somebody that it's happened to. And commentators can, they can try to minimize it. They can talk from their ivory towers and pretend it's not happening, but there's a genocide of millions of men that's going on in this country.
A genocide of millions of men. All right. Dude, I'm sorry. That's where I'm tapping out, right? Dude, that is where I am fucking tapping out, bro. The genocide of millions of men. Like, all right. Okay, Pearl. Dude, I want to see Anna's response, though. I got to see Anna's response because I feel like genocide is a trigger word that Anna here is something bad is going to happen. But like, what are we talking about? This is like Elon Musk, the white genocide that's happening. Oh, shit, bro.
You use the
A
word,
genocide?
I was going to say.
1.6 million men commit suicide, have committed suicide since 1970.
Similar rates of women also attempt suicide but fail because they usually don't resort to more violent means of ending their own lives.
Right,
so they'll take pills.
But why is it that every time we bring up men, you have to bring up women?
Because we're doing a comparative analysis here. You can't just throw out statistics without comparing it to what the rates are among women.
What I'm pointing out is, I just pointed out that by 2050, more men will have committed suicide than all of the world wars combined. And your first response was, well, women commit suicide too.
Because it is a problem that is inflicting both sexes in this country. It is a tragedy and should be taken seriously.
See, I mean, it is a little presumptive to say, like, oh my God, if men have a really high suicide rate, like, that doesn't mean it's because of women. Surely. Right? Is Pearl making the some type of suggestion that it's because of women that men have a high suicide rate? I mean, it is a higher rate, but it's because we live in a world that doesn't allow men to fucking have good emotional health. Men are looked at as weak or gay or like, ooh, you're being like a woman if you have like try to tend to your emotional health. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about?
Weird sex war.
But it's not going to be taken seriously when you pretend it's not going on.
It is going on. Are you kidding me? I mean, how many of our soldiers, our veterans, come back to the United States after multiple deployments, do not get treatment or help with PTSD and other mental issues as a result of being deployed multiple times?
Right.
Like, that's a real problem. How come you don't talk about that?
Yeah, but
you
they
blame it on marriage and divorce instead.
Right, because those soldiers come home to an empty house.
You think that divorce is the reason for most of these suicides?
Men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after
How many
a
more
divorce.
times likely are women to commit suicide after a divorce?
What about the women?
You don't know the number,
What
right?
about-
Because you
what
didn't even care to look into it.
What about the women, though? That's always what you go to. And that's kind of what I'm trying to point out is feminists don't care about male issues. They don't. They do not care about equality. Because whenever you ask them for real equality...
Pearl, my point is that suicide is not just a male issue. It is a huge problem in this country. Women who try to end their own lives are less successful because, again, they're less likely to use a gun, for instance, or hang themselves. They'll take pills, it'll fail. It's just a tragic thing all around.
Dude.
But if you actually care about suicide
brutal.
rates, then you would want to know what's causing the suicide rates or the attempts at suicide.
Dude, he's back here like shaking his head. Dude, this is fucking brutal. Like, I am actually feeling a deeply connected secondhand embarrassment for both of these people. Like, wow. You know? I mean, guys, it's pretty wild just even looking at this because, like, Pearl, obviously Pearl is a manosphere influencer, okay? She got famous by echoing Andrew Tate, by being the one woman who agreed with Andrew Tate when every other woman was saying, God, this guy's a fucking misogynist, this guy's a piece of shit, this guy is a pig, and Pearl said, no, he's right. He's right. Let me tell you why he's right as a woman. And that's why she got famous. So her whole crowd is literally catering to the manosphere and adopting all the manosphere beliefs, okay? I mean, she is fraudulent. She talks about marriage. She's never been married. She was never even in a relationship. She's like living off her parents and shit. You know what I'm saying? So like, dude, her whole thing is just a grift, okay? And has always been a grift. Now, what's interesting though about 𝗙𝗙𝗋𝗋 is 𝗙𝗙𝗋𝗋 used to be like a feminist or like claimed to be like a feminist. I mean, 𝗙𝗙𝗋𝗋 started off kind of like Pearl, like let's rate the celebrity camel toes and shit. And let's say the N-word, right? Anna did that. That was her start, was like the TMZ sexy shock jockey woman, the woman who talked like a man. Anna very much did that in the beginning of her career, okay? With the camel toes and shit, that was Anna's thing. Then all of a sudden, she became this empowered woman feminist, right? Empower, like women power. I'm successful. I am a partner in this thing. I'm part run TYT. And now she's like, the greatest thing in my life is my man, the couch surfing guy that I make so much more money than. Dude. And she's like, I'm not a feminist because Me Too became laughable because one guy got accused of being an abuser. Like, but both of these women are fucking train wrecks because they both feel like they are just catering to like really specific societal beliefs, don't they? I mean, Anna's whole thing of like, you should get married. My marriage is the greatest thing about my life. Dude, that's a MAGA fucking touchstone. That is a religious MAGA touchstone. No one needs to get married. You know what I'm saying? Marriage is like, you know, you can if you want to. I'm not going to say like, oh, marriage is bad, but like a lot of them don't work out. I know the people I know that are in non-married cohabitations seem to do a little bit better than the married, but it's not even just the marriage, guys. Okay? It's not even just the marriage. I'll tell you, as watching something, if you've had kids who have gone through grade school, you see this. See, I was a single parent, so I used to volunteer at my kids' school and shit, and I would get to know the parents, right? Obviously, as kids' friends. And everybody's like happy, shiny people, but by the time those kids leave grade school, like half of those families had broken up. And something happens in a marriage when you have kids, okay? Where once the kids show up, there's often an unequal sharing of responsibility, which creates a dynamic of resentment, and the children raising become the primary focus of the relationship, and often the women are left to deal with that. So the women develop a more emotional bond with the kids than the husband, and the husband then gets jealous and starts feeling left alone, and this can lead to affairs or other shit. But it is really a dynamic about child raising, where the raising of kids, if done improperly, can create a lot of like weird animosities and shit that break up the fucking marriage. And the marriage becomes about the business of raising the kids. And the men, if they're detached from that business of raising the kids, it festers as a rift between the man and the woman, usually in a type of jealousy. It's really weird. And we don't talk about this. But it's like, man, it's such a common dynamic that as soon as they have kids, their relationship, the intimacy between the man and the women kind of disappears because all the intimacy goes into the relationship with the kids. And you really have to like have a real like shared parenting thing with a lot of openness to avoid that type of situation, you know? But I feel like what somebody said in there, that this debate here, I don't really feel like either one of these people, this debate is not even a genuine debate about men and women's issues. It is like two people adopting very like shticky positions, right? Like Pearl's the manosphere influencer, and Anna is like the trad wife, but like I make more money than him influencer used to be a leftist. And then they're like personally insulting each other, even though Anna seems to be insulting Pearl more than Pearl insulting Anna. And Pearl seems to just not even want to talk to Anna because they're not even having a genuine debate. But like, dude, what a train wreck, bro. Like what are they? And Anna is like so proud of herself because Anna's like, I am winning this debate. I am so like, but this is kind of sad. This whole debate is like two people on the bottom of their fucking careers, just, you know, fighting for who's not going to be on the bottom. Dude, yeah, I know. Even watching this, I feel like I've lost, you know, I've lost the will to live. I've lost the will to go on just watching this thing. Dude, right? There's no one in the crowd. The moderator is just standing back there like, I don't know what he's doing, dude. I have no idea what he's doing. He's just sitting there thinking like, how much more time is left? When do I get off this stage? Bro. Oh, shit. Dude. Yeah. Dude, Anna, like, her couch surfing husband. Bro, think it's fun? You're going to watch it after the stream? Hey, man, different strokes for different folks. But yeah, I'm going to go make some videos. I feel like I have to tap out. But I will say, though, that the child raising complicates people's fucking relationships in a very significant way. And we have not, as a society, we have not really addressed that in an honest way, I don't think. Okay? I don't think we've addressed that in a very honest way. I don't think we acknowledge some of the inherent problems in our, you know, because we have systems, guys, like whether you participate in or not, but we have like systems of expectations. And we have like systems of the way we operate in society and roles, like gender roles that people adopt. And like some of our systems are pretty faulty and they set us up to ending in the same fucking traps, right? Like we keep falling into the same traps. A lot of relationships have really predictable breakdowns that lead to infidelity and that lead to like, you know, deep resentments that can't heal. And it's our lack of talking about like the systems that we live in is, you know, it really hampers us. Like we need more open communication. Yeah. See, Natalie, I'm wondering the same thing. Natalie said this debate shows just how low Anna is sunk. Why the fuck did she go on the show other than to get some dumbasses to watch TYT? See, I imagine, guys, that this thing is paid, okay? Right? This thing has to be paid, okay? I think they're taking money for this. They had to have paid these guys and offered them a free trip to Atlantic City and like on our dime, and you're making money because it reminds me of this thing that I did once. You ready? So like, I don't know, many years ago before I started touring, there was something in LA where you could go and meet with record label people. And so I went to LA and I went and met with record label people. But when you get there, you realize that all the record label people are just paid to be there. And they're not looking for musicians. They're not looking to sign anybody. And then a whole bunch of people who have no chance of ever getting signed go there thinking, I'm going to meet these people and they're going to discover me. And then there were a handful of us real musicians who sat down with the record label people and actually talked to them. And I got some really good advice where the guy's like, you don't even need a label, just fucking tour. And I got some really good advice from that. But you realize that the people that are there didn't even care to be there. And that's what this is too, is like, they're just paid. They're getting paid to be there. And this is, you know, they paid these two women thinking this would lead to them getting fucking, you know, it would lead to them getting watched because we have 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗵𝗏 and Pearlythingz, but like, dude, nobody gives a shit about these two women anymore, really. They both are like, even Pearlythingz, if you go to YouTube, dude, like, she is like, I think she's way on the backside of her career. Whoops. Let's go look at her channel because she has 2 million subs.
So there's this clip.
Well, let's look at her videos, right? Dude, look at this. Dude, she has 2 million subs, but look at her videos. 14,000 views, right? Her channel is as dead as TYT, boss. Like 30,000 views, 2 million subscribers. Every one of these videos should have like 100,000 views minimum. And like, dude, 8 days ago, this video has 12,000 views. Like, she's as dead as fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I don't have nearly as many subscribers, but if we go to my YouTube channel, again, like, dude, my YouTube channel has videos that are nearly getting as many views with 70,000 subs, right? And I'm doing 3 videos a day, and they're practically getting 10,000 views. You know what I mean? I mean, you know, like, her channel's dead. Okay, why won't he love me? Modern women can't stand being dumped. Nobody's watching this shit anymore. How did she get her 2 million to begin with? I'll show you. It was 2021, guys. Okay, was this, right? If you look at like, oh, it was, I mean, dude, it was years ago, right? If you go a couple years ago, she was like banging, right? Dude, that's weird though, because she was like way back. What's her oldest video? Oh, dude, see, this is interesting because she fucking, it may have been that she came from TikTok. Is that what she did? Because she was blowing up like 2022, Andrew Tate. And I know the manosphere is falling too, but maybe it was her TikTok was where she blew up. Right? Because that one's not really even that big either. I mean, it's bigger. Okay? She's definitely bigger.
We are going to 1.4 million women in America.
So still, she had a big blow up still on TikTok, 2024. But I thought it was like 2022, man, was when she was really coming of age, right? Is she started blowing up when she started echoing Andrew Tate. Let's see if we can find the moment when she started having huge jumps, right?
The truth of the matter is, the men that are actually getting screwed in marriage are men that wanted tradition.
So this looks like 2024.
Still
when did she start this off, though?
She still stayed with
2023.
Right? So the question is,
it's weird. See, I thought she was a little earlier than she was. I thought she was 2022, but it looks like she was big in 2023, is what it looks like. 2023 and 2024, right? I thought she was a little earlier, guys. I honestly, I did. I thought she was a little earlier. I'm like off on it, but there's no doubt that her channel is fucking dead though. Dude, this is pretty crazy too though, that like, I thought she had a lot more like big videos. I really did. You know what I'm saying? So you know what's wild about this, guys, is now that I'm thinking about this, I think that a lot of her fame, okay, right? Was it in 2022? See, it's interesting because I think she deleted a bunch of videos. Okay? I mean, look at this, because look, her shit started in 2020, guys, but her oldest video is 2 years ago. She deleted, did she lose an old channel? That must be it. Because I swear to you, this is not, I remember her when I was playing Fortnite, guys. I just remember her when I was playing Fortnite. She was like the Andrew Tate echo, okay? Like, let's see if we can find something from her and Andrew Tate. All right. That is old. I swear to you, she was like an Andrew Tate fucking echo. But what I was gonna say, guys, is I'm starting to think by looking at this that she may have gotten sort of fame in the indirect way. You know how some people get a lot of fame where their own channel blows up, and then some people are kind of like the way Andrew Tate did it, right? Where Andrew Tate sort of blew up, but what really happened is he got fame from other people repurposing his content. So everybody was putting out Andrew Tate content on their own channels. And I think Pearly may have been that route too, where a lot of men were using Pearly's content to defend their manosphere shit, where they were using her clips. And that's how she got known, because she was the guy that men were using to defend their manosphere bullshit. But in actuality, I don't think she ever really profited that much off of it. Was she the woman on the street? Interesting. So she started off that shit?
So there's this clip going.
So that's what it is, guys. She deleted all her woman on the street, didn't she? Right? She like changed up, didn't she? Right? So there you go. Okay. So now we're seeing it. She was a woman on the street, and then somewhere along the line, she wanted to be like, I'm going to be the serious podcaster person after her woman on the street got banned in 2022, and then got it. Okay, that makes sense. So she was like she was one of the early adopters of woman on the street. There you go. That makes sense then, right? And then she decided to rebrand. But yeah, because that's all gone, dude. You wouldn't even know that you wouldn't even know that that was her anymore. Crazy. Dude, somebody made a downfall video about her.
People constantly call me.
Dude, they made a downfall video about her. Oh, there it is, right?
Million subscribers, and most of them have popped up since the start of 2022, though the biggest burst in popularity for her and this kind of content definitely came when she had the big man himself on her channel on December 25th, 2022.
I wanted to know, do you think we're in a post-marriage society? Because on one hand,
there it is. It's her and Andrew Tate. Okay, that was big, because guys, I remember, for me, when I went up against Andrew Tate, that was in August of 2022. And that was what started my fracture with the gaming industry, is I went head to head with Andrew Tate, and everyone in the gaming industry just flipped out. Okay. They were so freaked out by me standing up to Andrew Tate. And then Pearly was like the Andrew Tate guy. She was the Tate guy, right? She has 2 million YouTube subs, no views on her videos. And yeah, dude, her voice, she sounded like a child there. But she was like the big Tate fucking guy. You know what I mean? Dude, she had her little trad wife costume on, though. Pearl, oh shit, the Tate Whisperer. Swoop is an amazing YouTuber. Dude, she's got great hair and a fucking very large following, dude. But see, look at Swoop's videos, though. Swoop has 1 million subs, and look at her videos. 400, 600, 800, right? You see how her videos, like she's making shit that her audience likes, okay? And you go to Pearlythingz, though. and you go to Pearlythingz, and Pearlythingz has double the number of subscribers, but nobody's watching her shit because Pearlythingz channel probably blew up, right? I think her channel blew up with probably the women on the street shit, okay? Right? When her TikTok was blowing up, I bet she was doing woman on the street, and then she switched it over to whatever serious podcasting. But nobody is watching this shit. Dude, 3 weeks ago, 3,000 views. That's fucking brutal, dude. That is brutal. But guys, this is the same shit as TYT, okay? I mean, she is exactly what TYT is. Because if we look at TYT, guys, right? TYT, you're going to see the same shit, boss. Okay, look at TYT. Let's go to their videos. And dude, they have 6 million subscribers, guys. 6 million. And look at this, dude. Right? 6 million, 3 times as many as Pearl. And like, dude, some of these videos, I mean, they're getting a little more views now because they're leaning to the right. Okay, but they're you know, a lot of this shit is dead. A week ago, 19,000 views, 40,000 views. Every one of these videos should be like 300,000. You should be at like 5%, okay? Is pretty standard if you're making a lot of videos. Like, for example, right, for me, I have 70,000 subs. I should be getting 3,000 views a video, okay? Every video should be getting 3. And if they're getting more than 3, right, on average, like I'm almost doubling that, right? I'm almost getting 10% on every video. Occasionally you have a fucking clinker like this one. But for the most part, I'm getting 10%, 5 to 10% or more. But you should be getting like 5%. If you have 1 million subscribers, your video should be getting 50 to 100,000 views per video, right? And the Young Turks, yeah, all of their videos now, they're switching to Tucker Carlson. They're switching to the right wing. So what YouTube is, guys, is it becomes an algorithmic thing where you have to be very careful how you change your audience, okay, over time. Because if you blow up doing one thing, it's really hard to transition your channel to doing another thing, okay? If you blow up covering Trump, everyone on your channel is going to want to see Trump, okay? I had this happen with my gaming channel. I blew up doing montages, and then nobody wanted to watch my Fortnite long form videos, but every time I did a montage, it would get like 100,000 views. But so you get sort of pigeonholed on what blows you up. It's better to not blow up exponentially, but to grow a long, steady audience over time. You then have a lot more power to move your things. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, you know, if you blow up and you don't fucking, like, you got to be careful how you grow off of like virality, right? So the number of subscribers means nothing. I mean, it depends. The number of subscribers does mean something because it shows like the length of your reach, but it is the views to subscriber count that show you more of your audience interaction, right? Like if you have 1 million subscribers and your videos are getting 50,000 views, that means that most of your subscribers were from things past who don't watch you anymore, okay? And that means you were a big thing 10 years ago or 5 years ago, and now none of those people watch you. And if you have a high like number of views to your subscriber ratio, that means you have a very engaged audience that watches a lot of your shit. Now, it's hard over time, okay? Because the more time you're doing it, the harder it is to maintain your audience because your audience becomes kind of niche. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, I have several audiences, even with 70,000 followers. I have audiences that only want to see my Epstein shit. I have audience that only wants to see my TYT shit. I have audience that likes to see me punk MAGA, and there's a little bit of overlap. I have an audience that likes to see Erica and Candace Owens, and then I have an audience that comes and watches me live, okay? But they're very separate audiences, okay? And some of those types of videos will help me grow more of the audience. Like people watch YouTubers very specifically, right? And a lot of people do that. You know what I'm saying? Like some people will watch, Kyle Kalinske only when he's talking about Joe Rogan, right? Or they'll watch, Kyle Kalinske only when he's talking about Gaza. And then when they're watching something about Trump, they'll watch somebody else. Or, right? Like people can get really deeply specific, You like to see all of the creators' neuroses. Dude, let's go. I mean, dude, it's weird because I have a wide palette of shit that I like to cover, but I do like covering like the niche stuff. I do like making shit for the various audiences I have. So like I'll make, like I made an Anna Kasparian video and I really enjoyed this video about her and Tucker. It's very important to me. But then a lot of people are like, you're obsessed with Anna. Like the people that don't want to see me do Anna videos are in the comments saying you're obsessed with Anna. Or people like TYT are like, I hate that you say negative shit about TYT, but they like it when I bag on MAGA. So like it's complicated. But ultimately, guys, in the grand scheme of things, the number of your subscribers don't matter. What matters is the amount of loyal audience that watches deep into your stuff. Okay? Like right now, it's like my channel is doing well, not because I have a lot of big viral videos, but my channel's doing really consistently well because there's a bunch of you that watch a lot of my shit all the time, right? And like hanging out with the lives. And that's kind of what you need, I think, for long-term success. You know what I'm saying? And some people, though, just get mega viral. Like, for example, you ready? We could look at Nick Shirley, okay? And we look at this guy, and he just blew up right now, okay? He is like blowing up. But there's a real good chance, guys, watch Nick Shirley. Because 2 or 3 years from now, Nick Shirley, 5 years from now, he is going to be like TYT, where his videos are going to be getting like 5,000 views, okay? Because he blew up like fucking Elvis over this one thing, but he's not going to be able to make like daycare fraud videos forever. Dude, it's just too niche, right? And you look at his older shit and he was making 16-year-old flies to New York. Mormon kid goes to Vegas. Look at him. Looking like fucking Billy Joe Armstrong and shit over here 6 years ago. And now he's the darling of the moment. But in a couple years, his channel's going to be dead as fuck. Because I don't think he's going to be able to swing this unless billionaires like continue astroturfing him. Okay? Right? And you know what I'm saying? Because this is going to flame out. I mean, guys, speaking from my shit, I went mega viral on Fortnite and it was problematic for me. It was, it was great. It was like an instant cash flow and all of a sudden I was instantly famous and it was really cool to experience that. But what I found is it was really hard to maintain a large long-term audience when you blow up based on mega virality because one, everybody hates you. So then you get targeted and they cancel you. And then a lot of people leave because they're only there because you're famous in that moment. They're not really there because they like you in the content. And so I specifically wanted to do this channel a little more of like slugging it out. And so far it's been that way. I mean, I don't know. I think you should have a dedicated base before you go viral. If you go mega viral, it's real hard to match that, right? And that's what I experienced with gaming. I had these TikToks that were getting like 3 million views. And then a couple years later, when you're getting like 200,000 views, it feels like a failure. You know what I mean? because you had that virality, and then you start trying to do crazy shit to get that virality hit again, and it becomes kind of a net negative. And so I don't know, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's what happens. Like, algorithms are fickle, dude. They're very fickle. But Nick Shirley's gonna be a huge crash, dude. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Dude, what are we doing, bro? Yeah, chasing it is not good. Okay, dude, it's not. Chasing it is not good. That's what happens, man. You end up chasing, bro. Oh shit, dude, that fast virality. But it is quick cash, you know. It is the virality. But when I think of virality, guys, I think of Elvis. Okay, if you guys go look at the history of Elvis, he was like the first modern, like, mega viral guy where he didn't have any base of fans. He went to like 10 #1 hits in like 1 year, okay? Where he had everything he did for like a year and a half was a #1 record-setting hit. And then he spent the next 25 years of his career desperately chasing it and never being able to like get up there again. And you know, just racked with sadness and drug addiction and became a recluse and eventually ended up playing his old shit in Vegas. And it was like, because he was so viral and he blew up so much that he could never match that. He just couldn't. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't. You know, he just couldn't do it, man. How many views to make a couple $1,000s? It depends. I mean, once you get monetized, you know, in doing politics, you can make anywhere from $3 to $10 1,000. Okay, it depends on the length of the video and how engaged your audience is and the time of year and all that. But it's pretty much, you can figure around $4 1,000. So if you get 100,000 view video, that's going to be roughly around $400, right? For 100,000 views. And if it's one video, or if you get like 50,000 views a day, that's going to be roughly $200 a day, right? Straight from YouTube video after you're monetized. It is kind of challenging to get monetized, but once you do that, it's roughly that. For long form. Short form, you don't make any money. Short form is nothing. You need like tens of millions to see any money from the short form. But for the long form, it works out to probably averaging about $4 1,000, depending on the length of the video, right? But you have to like, to average 50,000 a day, you have to do quite a bit of work. You have to do quite a bit of work. I mean, right now, you know, the last 6 months, I have been averaging anywhere from $7,000 to $10,000 a month. Okay, but that's also making videos and live streaming. And I'm live streaming, putting out 3 shorts and 3 videos, 2 to 3 long form videos a day. So I am working about 16 hours a day, 16 to 18 hours a day, just straight contenting. And I've been doing that for, you know, a year and a half. And then I started making about 7 to 10 grand a month, right? But if I let up at all, it would literally be gone. Like, if I let up for 1 month, I would be making like nothing again. Like, that's the other thing that sucks, is once you get a base of money, you have to continually be developing, or it can drop to half or disappear if you slow down, or if your content becomes unfavorable and you're not evolving. Like, it can disappear like instantaneously. Like, it can go away at any moment. So it's nerve-wracking, because you have to be like constantly seeking to grow and evolve, or you're you know what I'm saying? But it also, though, guys, the reason why it happened in a year and a half was because I had that Fortnite fame, right? If it would have been a whole different story, like I had a distinct advantage because I was already an entity in the algorithmic world. So I was piggybacking on previous identity, right? Which is very different than if you're starting fresh. Like if you're starting a YouTube channel fresh and nobody knows who you are, you can expect to work, 12 to 16 hours a day, probably for about 4 years, I think, before you're going to see like good money. I think it's it could be different. You can definitely blow up, but you have to prepare yourself for like a 4-year investment, and I mean, it's kind of what I did with Fortnite, right? I did Fortnite for 4 years, and then I had this big interaction with Andrew Tate, and then I, had 2 years of being in between where I lost all my income and I started fresh. And then 2 years beyond that, it was like, I started my channel, this channel, in 2022, and I didn't start turning a profit until February of 2025, okay? So even being famous in Fortnite, it was 3 years before I turned a profit, before I was able to pay my monthly bills. Dude, I mean, it's a little depressing when you think about it, but I'm super privileged. I don't have any rent. The house is paid off. I have plenty of credit card space that allows me to live without an income. I can rack up debt and shit. Semi-truck driver, 70. Yeah, 70. And it's consistent though, Jesse, right? You know what I'm saying? If like, that's just it. Like some jobs pay money and you're just consistent. You just show up and you do your work. Like if you're doing content, you have to stay current and you have to evolve with the ecosphere, or that shit can disappear real quick. But once you blow up on something, you have a little better chance of blowing up, But YouTube, the thing I like about YouTube, I'm going to go out saying this, guys. What I like about YouTube is this. The thing I like about YouTube is there's not really a limit, right? Which means you can do it for 15 years and you can grow and you can build it into something bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. You know what I mean? Like there's no limit to how big you can grow, but there's also a risk that it could all dry up and you just have nothing. You have to start over doing something else. So there is a risk, but I like the fact that there's no limit, right? Like all of my jobs had sort of a limit. You know what I mean? Dude, let's go, Orphan. I appreciate you. I like your crazy name too. You know what I mean? There's like, as a bartender, even in the best bars, the busiest bars, I was really, I'm going to work 3 days a week and make about $1,000 a week. Okay. But it's like bartending was good money for low hours. And YouTube is unlimited growth potential, but also unlimited hours, right? That's the problem with YouTube. And especially if you're a streamer, if you're streaming, you have to stream like every day, really. I mean, some people do it 3 days a week, but like it's real hard. You got to be super special to make it grow, not being there every day, You know what I mean? So, but I think if you if your life is your work, if you're that type of person where, like for me, I'm just the type of person where my creative project has always been my life, right? I have friends, but I don't have a lot of friends. I have social activity, but I don't have a lot of social activity. Most of my social activity has always been my creative project. And that's the way I've always been, that like my creative project has always been my life. So for me, YouTube is perfect because it allows me to grow and expand and have this unlimited growth potential where my life is my creation. And it's great, right? Whereas a job, you don't really get that unless you're starting your own business and you're like, whatever, some crazy entrepreneur, but it's a lot more money investment. YouTube doesn't have the overhead and shit, right? Because the platform takes care of that. But if you like to just work a job, then YouTube is really not going to be your thing if you have an active social life, because we don't, Okay? We don't. YouTubers do not. You don't have a life. If you're a streamer, your life is your stream. And that's it. That's it. That's what you have. And when you're not streaming, you're contenting. And so you gotta be that kind of person. You know what I'm saying? And like I am that kind of person. So it's perfect for me. But it is sometimes it's grueling, right? Like I went and had my fucking my stress test for my heart. And I was talking to the tech, and I was talking about the money he made. He works 9 days a month, guys. This fucking medical tech, 9 days a month, bro. And he was making less money than me. But the motherfucker was working 9 days a month. And then the rest of the time he's going to the beach, he's going skiing. And I was like, holy fucking shit, dude. Like I am so jealous of you, right? You know what I mean? And because I'm working, like I don't get a day off. Even when I go on vacation, I panic. I take a laptop and I stay up at night and edit videos while I'm on vacation, right? To keep this shit going. Dude, but that guy though, the 9 day a month guy, he's got a ceiling, okay? He's got a ceiling. And so like it's fucking, and he also has better medical benefits too. But you know what I mean? So you got to figure out what your shit is, right? Are we back to the old hours? No, we're not. I just streamed along tonight. I got a little verbose, but I'm going now. I'm going, you know, I got to go make videos. I'll be up all night. I'll fucking, you know, but I got to go. It's time to go. I just can't shut up, guys. Dance party time, baby. See, it's funny because I love streaming. Like, it would be smarter for me to just stream for 2 hours, cover my shit, and make my YouTube videos. But you guys may have noticed I stream like 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. Then I go edit videos for 12 hours because I do love the act of streaming and like hanging out with you guys in chat. It's a very different experience. Like for me, like I'm a streamer more than I am a YouTuber, right? Brian Tyler Cohen is a YouTuber. Keith Edwards is a YouTuber. Hassan is a streamer who also does YouTube. I'm a streamer who does YouTube, but I am not like a YouTuber, right? You know what I mean? You look at like Tim Pool. Tim Pool is a streamer who does YouTube. Like Sam Cedar is a streamer who does YouTube, right? Some people are streamers and some people are YouTubers. And like eventually maybe I'm big enough, I have an editor, then I'm just streaming and I might have a little more of a personal life. But I'm already thinking about where I'm going to spin this after politics, because you know what I might do, guys? Like eventually I'm not going to be able to do politics forever. I mean, I'm probably not going to want to do it forever, but I'm going to want to, I think I'm going to do a travel channel at some point, guys. If I ever make enough money to where I can afford to travel, I am going to live stream in fucking, you know, Bora Bora and you know, Israel and Germany and China and fucking Japan and Tokyo and Australia. And I'm going to go travel the world and go stream it and hang out with people in various locations the way I hang out with people and go get to know cultures and shit and share with you the experiences that I discover out there in the world, right? Become like a travel streamer. That I think is something that might happen down the line. I also have been thinking about maybe having a channel about music, right? A music channel that could be down the line too. Not running for office, maybe running for office. These are just things like I do seeds. Guys, I put seeds in the ground of like 10 different things I might do in the future, and then I let the universe pull them to me. So I could do the travel channel. I could do the music channel. I could run for office. I mean, it's going to really be up to the universe as to what happens. Like, I just put seeds out into the sky and let the world handle the rest. You know? I don't really make those decisions. Okay? I'm serious. I do not make the decisions about my future, guys. I merely put my antenna out like putting seeds out into the ether, and then I let it, right? You know what I'm saying? And then I let it. Let's go, baby. All right. Dude, I'm an adventurer, boss. I'm telling you, if this was the 1300s, I would have been on a ship, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I guarantee you, dude, I would have been an explorer, boss. I would have been on a boat fucking seeing what was out there. That's kind of how we roll, dude. You know? Let's go. Dude, I love it. Dude, we love it. We love it. How you guys feeling, dude? You got some hope? Bro, we're gonna remain hopeful, dude. We are gonna kick ICE in the ass, boss. I'm telling you, man. We're gonna kick ICE in the ass, bro. Okay? We are gonna kick some ICE Donald Trump, Kristi Noem fucking ass, boss. There's no doubt in my mind that we got this shit. Okay? There's no doubt in my mind that we are doing this. We are not going to let them get us down. Okay? We are not. We're going to take care of the head. All right? It is hitting a boiling point, guys. It is, but we're going to keep our cool, and we're going to bring this shit home, bro. Okay? We are going to bring this shit home, dude. We didn't come this far and change the world this much to let an 80-year-old fucking diaper-ridden Epstein rapist derail us. Okay? We're not going back. All right? To quote Kamala Harris, we are not going back, dude. She was right about that. She may not have won the election, but she was damn sure right about that. All right? And yeah, dude, I agree with what G-Monk says. ICE's greatest enemy is ICE. Because at the end of the day, guys, these motherfuckers are incompetent and they're arrogant. Their hubris and their lack of competence will fuck them over at every fucking point. They just can't do it because they're too arrogant, they're too narcissistic, and they're too incapable of being able to accomplish the shit they want to accomplish. That's it. We got this. And now we're going to fucking dance, though, bro. Let's go. All right, you ready? Oh, shit, dude. Dude, yeah, we'll have to look at that, Natalie. Find a link, put it in Discord. I want to see. I've had it fucking carved jank up. I hope they give him some shit. Here we go, baby. Here we go. It's time to dance. Little deja vu. Oh.
But I've known, been here before. Yeah, I do caution that I will make it out somehow.
Let's go! Oh, yeah, baby! Get it! Oh, dude, we love to see it. Get that fucking blood pumping. Get those lungs working. Hey, I just want to change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure, together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Thank you guys, I will see you tomorrow, baby. Take care of your head, be good to yourselves, and don't give up faith, because we got this. See you tomorrow, guys. Good night.
I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. Hey, I just wanna change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better,